Positive energy all the time. Good to see everybody. As you can tell, I don't want to do this live. I don't do very well with these type of conversations. I mean, yeah, I don't do good with these type of conversations, but it is what it is. I'm going to talk about it. Rep your city, where you from. Before we get into it. These type of conversations, that's why they demonetize me. I'll be sacrificing money to have these conversations. I could just be good, be quiet, talk about some cornball stuff and make some money. Instead, I come on here with a lot of real conversations, which advertisers don't like this. So I'll be giving up bread. But it ain't nothing new, because I've been giving up money my whole life to stand on some real stuff. It is what it is. I don't do good with these type of conversations. I be going off. You know, conversations determine how I talk and how I act, how I respond. So, if it's a positive type conversation, I like to laugh and my voice be nice and cool. And if it's these type of conversations, I have a tendency to go too far. I have a tendency. I have a tendency to go too far. I'm gonna try not to, but I have a tendency to go too far. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. I'm telling you. Everybody, you know what I'm saying? They want to hear the truth, but the truth is an offense. You got to pay a price to tell the truth, especially when you're standing up for something. You know what I'm saying? We're going to get into it. Rep your city. You know what I'm saying? I'm representing Illinois. You know what I'm saying? The ill state. We got the great San Diego in the building. I love San Diego. We got Baltimore in the building. We got Atlanta, Georgia in the building via Chicago, Illinois. We got Houston, Texas in the building. We got Cleveland, Ohio in the building. We got San Francisco, California in the building. We got Rock Hill, South Carolina in the building. Harrisburg in the building. Shalom to my brother Goshen. We got New York in the building where all the billionaires is at. That's the billionaire spot. We got Richmond, California in the building. We got Indianapolis in the building. Good to see you, Ready, Roxy. Yeah, here we go. First, I wasn't going to talk about this, but it still is bothering me, so hey, it is what it is. We got South Africa in the building, Pretoria. We got North Carolina in the building. We got Rochester in the building. Detroit, Michigan is here. Yeah, rep your city. Y'all come on in. Shout out to everybody on Kick. I'm representing Chicago, Illinois. All my people on Twitch, I'm representing Chicago, Illinois. YouTube, I'm representing Chi-Town. And both of my Facebook accounts, I'm representing Chicago, Illinois. I ain't gonna disrespect the younger generation. I know some people say the younger generation ain't representing, but every generation represents the people that's 5 and 6 years older than them. A lot of times they try to put it all the way back on my generation, but it don't go like that. You know, your influences is close to you, not far. Your influences are not far like they try to make it. In other words, my mother and father was born in the 30s. They raised us, so we got that influence as far as being raising us. But you don't start becoming influenced by people till you get in like the 5th or 6th grade. And when you get in the 5th or 6th grade, you're influenced by, you're in the 5th, 6th grade, you're influenced by ninth graders, 10th graders, 11th graders, 12th graders, and people like 18, 19, 20. That's your influence. Your influence is not, when you're in the 6th grade, your influence is not adults. They teach that totally wrong. So they'll try to blame a generation based on their parents. No, that's where you get your basic upbringing from. But your influences don't be that far ahead of you, be close to you in the real world. So the young people today, if they like 20, if like let's say 25, if they 25, they influences is like 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. It don't go all the way up to 50. People 50 ain't influencing them. Young people influence young people, not older people. Older people raise you, but you're raised young. You're raised at 2, 3 years old, 2 years old, 3 years old, 4 years old, 5 years old. You're not outside to be influenced. Your influence start when you cut the cord on the block, and now you're in the 5th or 6th grade, and you're not influenced by the adults. This is another false teaching that they be teaching. They'll try to act like my generation is responsible. My generation is only responsible for the people right behind me. So my generation is responsible for poor righteous teachers, KRS-One. That's who I raised. Them the shorties that watched us, the Black conscious music, because we were a Black conscious community, because our OGs of that age was Black Panthers and stuff. The Black Panthers was, and the radicals was 5 or 6 years older than us. That's how that go. So a lot of times when brothers and sisters get over here talking about, oh, your generation did this and that, you don't really know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. You're just talking. You have to be a real sociologist and really look at society. You can't just make stuff up. Every generation is influenced by the younger people. They're not influenced by the older people. Not at all. Not at all. This is a fact. You raised by your mother and father, so you do things that they teach you to do. But soon as you get old enough to get off the block, 5th and 6th grade, then you begin to get other influences. And so when you look at Chief Keef and Dirk and them, they influencing people 5, 6, 7, 8 years younger than them. But who's 5, 6, 7, 8 years older than them? Because that's the ones that influenced them. And there was no drill music. So I keep trying to tell y'all. There was no drill music. So who were their influences? Who were their influences? What really, because that's who started drill music. The ones that influenced drill music was the ones 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years older than Chief Keef and them. That's who's responsible for drill music, not Chief Keef and them. And that generation older than them like that, those was the young brothers that had to take over the gangs when all the gang chiefs got arrested and they started arresting everybody and they left babies in charge of the gangs. That's how that happened. That's the real story nobody want to talk about. The real story is they started, so many people was getting arrested for selling illegal substances and things like that. They all kept getting locked up. So it's shorties on the block. It's being raised by shorties. These are all facts. I wasn't trying to dress like my daddy. I wasn't trying to do nothing like my daddy. I was trying to do stuff like Harold Vassell and Fat Sam and Peter Rabbit and them. You know what I'm saying? What's going on, Loopy? So look, we're going to get into this, you know what I'm saying? I always categorize this stuff as music when people involved in music. So let's get ready. Here we go. Now, this guy right here, he was at a place and he said, they was asking him about the N-word. There was a bunch of women there. And he said, is there any black men? Too bad ain't a bunch of black men. Any black man? There was one black man, a bunch of females. And he said, yeah, I use it. What you going to do about it? If I use it, what you going to do about it? Is what he said. You understand? So he said, what got me is when he asked black men, well, you got to understand, Jay, and go back and watch it. Wasn't no black men there. It was just females. He said, I wish it was some black men here. Go back and watch it. He said, I wish there was some black men in here. Go back and watch it. He said, I wish it was some black men in here. He said, any black man in here? And it was like one dude, but he might not have been hardcore like that. He might just been a regular dude. He might not have been nobody gonna go do nothing like that. It was all women. He said that in front of black women. He didn't say that in front of black men. If that would have been a room full of black men, he wouldn't have said nothing. He wouldn't have said nothing. The African dude on it. See, one thing about it, we don't expect everybody to hoorah. We don't expect everybody to get wild. Everybody not wild like that. You understand? Everybody not wild like that. So one thing you learn when you're growing up in the streets or you grow up, you can't expect every brother to move a certain way. They might go to school. They might not really be that type of person that's gonna get in no fight or nothing like that. So the cameraman, he ain't necessarily nobody like that. You know what I'm saying? Right. There was exactly. You understand? And then even some hardcore dudes wouldn't have necessarily said something. If I was in the room, I wouldn't have necessarily said nothing. I wouldn't have necessarily said nothing. It would have got taken care of in a more quiet way because I wouldn't want to crash out. So I would be like, oh, I might have made some phone calls or something on a low. But I wouldn't have necessarily crashed out like that either. We would have took that up maybe some other time, you know what I'm saying? Especially when he said like that, if I said, what you going to do about it? So once he said that like that, that's a serious threat. So now that's got to be analyzed. So, here in Chicago, a lot of us, we're not going to say nothing. We going to catch you at another time and say, yeah, you were saying what we going to do about it, roll up on him when we definitely got the advantage and it definitely, can get away with whatever we planning to do. You know what I'm saying? Kind of like that. Because a lot of dudes is in too much trouble to get in trouble. You see, you got to understand a lot of dudes is out on parole. You know what I'm saying? A lot of dudes out on parole. Stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of dudes can't crash out. They got to be more systematic about it. You know what I mean? But yeah, I'm going to talk about this situation, and it's crazy. And I'm talking about it because this same situation came up like about 8 weeks ago in LA. One of them associates with no jumper, a bunch of them was on there talking about the same thing. Some Mexicans out there talking crazy to them, like they run LA and running over there. Now, all these situations is Crip and Blood areas. And I'm going to start with the Crips and the Bloods. I think the Crips and the Bloods then got weak. And the reason I think they got weak, I ain't trying to say no punk. The reason I believe the Crips and the Bloods is weak because they got too many factions. You got too many different types of Crips and you got too many different types of Bloods. So they ain't standing on one thing. Because you this type of blood and you that type of Crip and you that type of Crip and Crips is banging against Crips. Crips is going to war with Crips and Bloods is going to war with Bloods. So now Mexicans come in and is united and they function as Mexicans, but you function as this type of Crip and this type of Crip and y'all ain't getting along. That's how you could get overpowered. See, here in Chicago, you talk crazy to GDs. They might be like different kind of GDs, but they're going to be GDs. You're going to have a problem. you're going to have a problem. You talk crazy to Four Corner Hustlers or Vice Lords or Blackstones, you're going to have a problem. You're going to have a serious problem if you come to Chicago with that type. Mexicans in Chicago, they not functioning like that. When the Venezuelans came here, they not functioning like that. Ain't none of that popping. Like ain't none of that like that. Ain't none of that popping. You understand? So this man get on there and say, yeah, I use the word. What you gonna do about it? Because they let him in rap. They let him come in and rap like you and take your culture and switch your culture around. They let him do that stuff. You know what I'm saying? California too. They brought them into the culture. They should have never did that. They should have helped the culture down. You don't bring nobody into your culture, they're going to take your culture. You know what I'm saying? You can't bring nobody into your culture. Let them make their own culture. Because they'll come in and they'll take your culture, and you'll look up 20 years from now, it'll be their culture. It'll be a whole bunch of different weirdo type of rap. You understand? So now Sauce Walka come out, he say, you know, he grew up with us and he been in the struggle with us and all this. I got to take him on my playlist. He out here, I have him on my playlist while I work out. Now I don't want to hear from dude no more. I'm through with Sauce Walka. You out of here, bro. I gave you a pass anyway because you got barrettes and stuff all in your head like a girl. So I gave Sauce Walka a pass anyway because he's a weirdo anyway. Now I don't want my son with no barrettes in his head. You know, on my soul. You know what I'm saying? We ain't doing that. We ain't doing that. So I gave him a pass anyway with that clown stuff, you know what I'm saying? Then he come back and he, after everybody get on this case, he come back, yeah, he shouldn't have said that when he said this part, this and that. You know, man, you a sellout. You down there in Texas. It's a whole bunch of Mexicans down there. You trying to sell records. So you buddy in with them. You know what I'm saying? Dude, go sit down somewhere. You know, and go get you some more barrettes, put in your hair, and go sit down. Man, I'm done with dude. I'm done with him. I don't want to hear nothing about dude. I support him because he could rap, but bro, Sauce, if you watching this, you causing other black people problems. Mexicans in Chicago will see that, and now they think they could do that. And now brothers gonna go to prison over that. Like brothers gonna go to prison over that. You have to let them know, hey, they got to sit down. Everybody not gonna talk to you about that type of stuff. I'm in Chicago. I don't know what y'all doing in Texas. I don't know what y'all doing in California. But y'all weak. Y'all looking super weak when it comes to how y'all dealing with immigration and dealing with people coming to this country. Y'all looking soft, straight like that. How the heck is this dude a Crip? Y'all know this dude a Crip, right? How? The brothers that started the Crips would be rolling over in their grave. These gangs were community-based. Black community-based. They were really, the Crips and the Bloods was fighting Hispanics. And not Hispanics, fighting whites from the military and the Navy. Your whites was coming back from the Navy and they was trying to beat up blacks and stuff, so brothers started getting together. Yeah, this dude is a Crip. Yes, he's a Crip. Yes. He is a Crip. That's what he is. How? What the hell y'all doing down there in Texas? Y'all tripping. Man, listen. What the hell is y'all doing in Texas? What is y'all doing? See, that's why, you understand, these gangs need to stay in the state or the city they start in. You know what I'm saying? I'm not for you being GDs and you ain't from Chicago and BDs and all that. You Bloods, you in New York. I'm not with that because you ain't going to hold it down. You're going to water it down. You Crips and Bloods, you need to be in LA. You cannot be none of that somewhere else. If you move there, you could be that. But if I'm a vice lord and I move somewhere, I can still be a vice lord. But y'all can't be no vice lords. I can't make you be no vice. I ain't really with that. That's how the gangs is getting watered down with some nonsense. You down in Atlanta talking about you a Crip and you a Blood. I ain't never honored that. That's what? So you YSL, you like a bootleg, a bootleg. I don't know what that is. Yeah, there you go right there. That's the Mexican. Oh, no, this ain't him. This ain't him. I'm looking for a dude. That's not him. That's not him. Hold on. That's not him. That's somebody else. That's OT. What's the name? I'm trying to find this dude. But he a Crip though. He a Crip. That's not him. Let me find it. See, look. Look at this. Look. Big X the Plug featuring that Mexican OT. 2 Crips. Big X the Plug featuring that Mexican. Crip flip. Yeah, you're Crip. How? I don't know. I don't know how the hell he a Crip. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. But I know for dude to say he gonna use the N-word, you know what I'm saying? What you gonna do about it? That's what he said. That's what he said. He not from there. I don't know where he from, but still he bogus if he doing a song with this dude, some type of Crip song with a Mexican. You know what I'm saying? He bogus. He need to sit down too. LA need to claim their stuff because New York done messed it up. Texas, all them places is ruining the Crips and the Bloods. Jim Jones a Blood. How the hell is Jim Jones a Blood? Bro, you from Harlem. You from Brooklyn, the Bronx, Brooklyn and Harlem. How are you a blood, bro? New York, you can't make up your own stuff. Chicago is the only city that's original. Everybody else is bootleg. We the only city that ain't got no Crips and ain't got no Bloods. We ain't got no Crips and we ain't got no Bloods here. You cannot come here and be no Crip or no Blood. Never, ever. You cannot come here. You cannot go to the county jail, live in Chicago, and try to start no Blood or no Crip set. On my soul. Period. Period. This is just ridiculous. I'm not trying to promote no gangs or none of that. I'm just saying. To have this man come and disrespect us, you can't call them nothing. You can't use the S word towards them. I don't know why Black Americans started letting people start using the N word like that. Listen, I'm telling you right now, the N word is over. It's got to go. It's a wrap. It's got to go. The N word, since y'all can't control it, since y'all let it get away, and since my generation is the one put it out here, and since y'all ain't holding it down for the reason we put it out here, it's got to go. Because all this younger generation too weak to stand on the word for the reason we put the word out there. We didn't put the word out there for like how y'all got the word out there. That was never out there for that. The N-word, my generation is the one that popularized the N-word. Don't make no mistake about it. Me, my generation. But not for what y'all using it for. It wasn't put out there for that. It wasn't put out there for that. We're gonna take a break and I'm gonna tell y'all what it was put out there for. I'm gonna tell y'all the truth about the N-word that nobody gonna tell you. Because people don't know, they just talking. I'm gonna tell you where it came from and why it was out there. Okay? Make sure you support reparations too. What you gonna hear people say? They'll say, Pharaoh, y'all never should have put the N-word out there. This is what you got to know. This is the facts about the N-word. The N-word was not started by adults. So this is why you can't blame the individuals that put it out there. The N-word is a psychological word. Okay? It's a psychological word that was created on its own based on psychology. Okay? Listen and learn so you know the facts. This is the facts. The N-word was being used by Black American youth psychologically, not knowing this was just a natural occurrence. There's no way you could have stopped it. It was a natural occurrence. Nobody said, let's use it. It was a natural phenom from my generation. We put that out there. '70s, 1970, 71, 72, 73, on through the 70s. We put the N-word. My generation put that out there. The kids. We put it out there. We created it. So when people say it shouldn't be out there, they think they're talking about adults. Adults had nothing to do with it. My OGs didn't have nothing to do with it. My generation was the one started using the N-word. Those saying it's a term of endearment is not true. It might have turned into that, but that's not why it was put out there. That's not psychologically why we was using it. That's way later. People trying to make up stuff later, but they don't be clear. That's historically incorrect. When we was young, the N-word was still, the N-word comes from a negative. You know where it comes from. By the time I get in 4th or 5th grade and through high school, the older people used it. It was a sign of anger. Okay? So, well, you need to listen and learn, CEO. Listen and learn first before you talk. I already said it's not a term of endearment. You want to know where it comes from? No. If you don't know where it comes from, log off. Right? I already told you it was a natural occurrence. So anybody say it shouldn't do this, it shouldn't do that. How you going to say something shouldn't be that was a natural occurrence? It was not nothing planned. Now, when we was young, the N-word was used in anger. Okay, for the older people, the Richard Pryors in them. So it was like if somebody took your money, you'd be like, N-word, give me my money, like that. N-word, please. It was used out of anger in the black population. It was used out of anger from the people older than me. My generation is the one that used it differently. We didn't use it as a term of endearment. We didn't use it for no particular meaning today. We use the N-word psychologically. It was a psychological phenomenon with us because they were calling our parents that with the ER on it. And they were making our parents feel bad. So when they used to call our parents that, our parents felt bad, felt pain, felt depressed, felt disrespected. So it was a word of disrespect to our parents that couldn't drink off a water faucet, couldn't get on the bus, was totally mistreated. So as youth, psychologically, we wanted to take the pain out of it. We wanted to take the strength out of it. We didn't know that's what we was doing. We made the word irrelevant. We killed the word. We killed Nigger We murdered it. We killed it. Think about it. Today, Nigger has no power compared to the 50s. None. See, nobody thinks about that. Nigger has no power. We ain't talking about today. Look, let me teach. Please just be quiet. Let me teach, CEO. Just be quiet. Just be quiet. Let me say what I'm saying. I don't need. I didn't mean to ban you, but you're not helping me. Hold on. Let me unban him. Something happened here. I wasn't trying to ban you, but bro, you blowing me. Just be quiet. You know what I'm saying? I accidentally banned him. Let me unban him. You know, people like that, man, I can't stand them. They won't let a brother talk. You know, they always want to put their 2 cents in. You know, bro, shut up. I got to try to figure out how to unban him because I don't see him no more. Hold on. And we're going to get back to it. But it was like psychological, okay? I didn't mean to ban him, though. Okay, he unbanned. It was psychological, right? Now, let me explain. Like I said, it wasn't intentional. It's not like we got together and just said, let's do it, right? So it wasn't like we got together and just said, you know, oh, blah, 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 we're going to use this. It didn't happen like that. We began to use the word. It hurt our parents. Our parents was hurt. So the word didn't hurt us. We don't know nothing about picking cotton. We don't know nothing about Jim Crow. We don't know none of that. And so when we see this word got so much power to hurt our parents, we took the pain out of it. Not from our parents, with us. We made sure the word didn't mean nothing to us. Right? So people will say, well, how y'all use the word positive? You got to understand that the reason we use the word because we wasn't on no pain from the words. At my generation, if you call me that, you're going to get beat up. And my parents' generation, if you call them that, they had to take it. But in my generation, when I went to a Lutheran school, I went to a mixed school, if you call me that, we're going to beat you up. Period. You're going to get whooped. So it don't got the same strength as I have with my parents and them. You call my parents and them that, they can't do nothing. You can't call us that. You're going to get whooped. So, of course, if our parents got to take that abuse, it's going to be more serious to them. We didn't have to take the abuse. You're going to get beat up. Period. So Nigger is somebody you abuse. Nigga is somebody going to beat your ass if you play with us. If you play with us, you're going to get beat up. If who called me that? Nobody going to call me that. Nobody calls us that in Chicago. Nobody calls us the N-word in Chicago. They don't play with us like that. They play with y'all wherever y'all live at. They don't play with us. People don't play with us like that. Nobody recall. It's the same thing here. You can't say nothing out of line in Chicago. It's smoke behind. You can't say nothing out of line in Chicago. It's smoke behind that. Period. That's the culture in Chicago. With blacks and whites, you can't talk crazy to no white dude in Chicago. He is smoke. He gonna fight. So this is not a black thing. I'm saying it's a Chicago thing. It's not a black thing. In Chicago, you better mind your business. Because in Chicago, you can't say nothing crazy to nobody. But I'm giving you the old history. Let you know that psychologically, we was fighting against the pain of our parents. The word hurt them so bad that we wanted to make sure the word don't hurt us. So we took it and we used it our way and we took the steam out of it. And then we had the fist to back it up. So you couldn't say what we could say. See, a Mexican or anybody never would have said that when I was growing up. He would have paid for that right there at school. He would have paid. He would have paid. He would have paid. He would have paid. Okay? He would have paid. So that's how the word came, from the pain. And when the children come up and they see something hurt their parents, they're going to do something psychologically to kill the hurt. So psychologists and sociologists and historians not telling y'all the truth. The word Nigga was designed to kill the hurt, to take the hurt out. Okay? It was designed to take the hurt out. It wasn't nothing we said in the house. We said it outside, Deanna. That's nothing we said in the house. When I grew up in the 60s and the 70s, you had in the house talk and you had outside talk. You had to be two different children. You be one child when you're around mom and daddy. And then when you go to the basketball court or in the dice game of school, you be a different child. You be the same child that you are with mom and daddy when you're in class, because you don't want the teacher to tell mom and daddy. But when you go outside for recess or after school on the basketball court, you be a different person. So this was something said between us. Okay? This was something said between us. You understand? It was something that the young people did to take the hurt out. You seeing the hurt. You seeing the hurt from your mom and them generation. We can't relate with the hurt. You understand? My mama come from Alabama, born in 1935. My daddy come from Alabama, born in 1931. They come up here, they get an apartment, they get a house. We live in an all-black neighborhood. We go to an all-black school. So we don't know what they talking about. We have no references to what they went through in Alabama. We don't got no references. Everything black. The whole south side of Chicago is black. From downtown all the way south is black. So we don't got no references. We don't got no racial references. The police is black. Everybody's black. So we got no race. We don't know what racism is. What is that? We don't know what racism is. We just know it's something that our parents don't like. Because as we're growing up, the TV's turning more and more black. It's going from Flip Wilson, y'all know how it went, to by the time we get up, black is the biggest thing. By the time we get up, it's the OJs, it's the Ozzy brothers, it's Parliament Funkadelic. These things is bigger than life. Black is huge by the time I get to high school. And we fighting. Our OGs was the one got in all the brawls at the school. So when you talk about being chased home from school and stuff like that, right? I'm born 1958. The ones that was getting chased home from school was born in 1956, 55, 54, 53, 52. Those are the ones getting chased home from school. They started fighting. So by the time we got up, it had already been some straightening. So by the time I go to a Lutheran 7th, 8th grade, there already been some straightening. All we had to do was keep it straight. That's it. All we had to do was keep things straight. We didn't have to do the straightening. My OGs did the straightening. So you got to understand the path was already clear for us. So my generation, we bodacious. We making up stuff. We taking stuff from Richard Pryor and them, and we using it the way we want to use it. Let me show you something. Let me show you something. I'm going to prove my point, right? This is history. This history you get over here. So that's why a lot of times I don't like people talking over here. Let me tell the history. Stay in your lane. Don't interrupt the history. You know what I'm saying? Don't interrupt me. Because you don't know where I'm going. You don't know none of this. And you're not me. Most likely you're younger than me. Sometimes you should be quiet and you should learn, black man. You should stop trying to be a know-it-all and know when it's a time to talk and when it's a time to shut up and learn. Stop trying to interject on top of another brother when you don't know where the brother's going. And you just sending people all over the place. Now, let me show you something. What year did I graduate out of high school? I graduated out of high school 1976, right? 1976, my group graduated out of high school. When I went to kindergarten, it was so many of us. There was over 100 children in the morning class and over 100 children in the evening class. We the most black people ever born, 1958. You've never had that many black people ever. It was more of us than it was the children behind us or the children before us. 1978. When I went to kindergarten, there was 100 people in the morning kindergarten class and 100 people in the evening. They had to put us in the gym. And then we went to that school again in the first grade. They had to have 3 first grade classes. And then they built a school behind my parents' house. So a lot of us could go to that school. Some go to this school. Some go to that school. There were so many of us. So then that means I'm born 1958, which means I graduated what? I graduated from high school 1976. Right? So I'm in high school. I graduated 1976. Comedy is big. Who is my generation? Who is our favorite comic? Our favorite comic was Richard Pryor. And what's the name of this album? The Bicentennial, Nigger. Which guess who the Bicentennial Niggers are? Me. We the ones graduated in 1976. The country was founded in 1776. I'm a Bicentennial Nigger. He was still using ER. We put the A on it. And we said we the Bicentennial Nigger. Richard Pryor was standing on business saying some cold, deep stuff in his comedy. But he was older than us. And so, you know, the younger generation gonna what? Remix and use it for their generation. Now, we bodacious. So we don't have the feeling that saying Nigger in some type of way negative because our other hero is Muhammad Ali and we doing them hands. So my generation, we not doing emotions. We doing fighting. We don't do emotions. So we felt like we could say N-I-G-G-A because you cannot say it, you're going to get beat up. So when you physical like that, and this was in the era where you have a fight, you don't go to jail. You don't go to jail back then if you have a fight. Now you go to jail for battery and all that. People fought all the time back in the 70s. You didn't go to jail for a fight. A fight was just a fight. He won, he lost. That's it. So when people start talking about the emotions in the word and all that, I understand that now, but back then we didn't deal with emotions. We dealt with fighting. We're either friends or we fight. So we're not afraid of nobody using the word. We wish N-I-G-G-A would. That's what we started out. We wish it would. That's my generation. We wish an N-word would. We wish you would say that. So we used it like, we gonna say this, you better not. We're not going, I'm not my mama. I don't got no feelings. You can't make me feel sad by calling me N-I-G-G-E-R. We don't get sad. My mama and them got sad over that. The word, the N-I-G-G-E-R, was a big deal to my mama and my uncles in there. It made them feel bad. It didn't make me feel bad. It made me sock you in your eye. That's what it made me do. It made me punch you. So when people say, well, you shouldn't use the word, it got a bad connotation. We didn't do bad connotations. We fought. Don't mean nothing to us. We wish you would. Say it, say it, say it. So nobody said that to us. Nobody said that. Nobody would dare. So for us, it was power. We walked around and said N-I-G-G-A. We basically daring you. We basically daring you. That's what we was using. We was using it as a sign of dominance. Yeah, this is our word. We can say it. You can't say nothing, sound nothing like it. Ours mean this. Yours mean that. Okay? Let's take a break and we're going to finish it. Okay? So, this is going to get deep. Y'all listen. So now, you look at our parents oppressed, right? Our parents coming up from the South. But our parents is a little free, right? So my mother's grandmother that I used to be with, she was born 11 years after slavery. That's my mother's grandmother, my great-grandmother, which means my mother's father was a little further from slavery, which means my mother born 1935, she's even further from slavery, which means me born 1958, I don't know nothing about slavery. So think psychologically. So psychologically, Black people come up here, lose their language, have to talk different and all that. But my generation is becoming free. So now we're going into our natural instinct. So naturally, Black people are going to use the N-word. You know why? Because the N word means king. That's why. Niggas. So psychologically, we don't understand this, but for some reason, we like the word. We like that word, niggas. We like that word. But now we know the reason we like the word. Because it's our word. It don't mean what they said it means. Niggas is a word for king in the Ethiopian Semitic language, and a title which was usually bestowed upon the regional ruler by the Negusa, Negas. The Negus is referred to as al-Najashi in the Islamic tradition. So niggas, you got to think that when you're hearing the word in 1970, it just sounds like something you want to use. You don't know why. You don't know why you want to use it, but it just sounds good. You know what I'm saying? It just sounds good. The whole time we don't know that niggas is king. Now, Nigger was an uneducated word. Listen, when Europeans called us Nigger, it was because they were uneducated. It was not an insult. They were uneducated, and they were mispronouncing a word that the people south of the border used to call us El Negro. El Negro. El Negro was first. Now, whites did not call you Nigger. They did not call your grandmother and your grandfather Nigger. This was a fact. They called them niggers. Listen, ask some old people that might still be alive. Say, Pharaoh said they didn't call y'all Nigger. They called you niggers, like Negras, niggers. Niggers became Nigger. It had an S on the end. Back down south in the day. They did not call you Nigger until you got to the 60s and the civil rights movement. When you go back to the 30s and the 40s, they called you niggers. When I used to go to Alabama, they used to say niggers. Facts. Nobody gonna tell you this history. This is a fact. Remember, I've been going down to Alabama since a baby. I'm born in 1958, so I was in Alabama the whole 60s. They used to say niggers. They was not saying Nigger. They didn't start saying that till you get around the Martin Luther King era. But the ones in the country were still saying niggers. This is a fact. They wasn't saying Nigger. It come from El Negro. So it never was bad. But Europeans were uneducated. So they was calling us an uneducated term. And when somebody say something nasty to you, automatically you're going to take it as negative because they saying it to be negative, but it never was really negative. It was El Negro. It was never a negative word. They was mispronouncing it. Basically, they was dumb. There is no Nigger. They was dumb. These was dumb, uneducated people coming up after the Great Depression, didn't have much education, and they was just country too. You got to understand, everybody down south was country. The whites too. The whites wasn't educated like that. The educated people was in New York on the East Coast. Once you left the East Coast, everybody, you can watch the old cowboy pictures. You ever see the cowboy pictures of cowboys out there and the fancy stagecoach pull up and the fancy lady get out with the fancy dress? She from New York. She from Philadelphia. Everybody else is just a hick cowboy. So Nigger was a mispronunciation. There was no such word really. It come from the Spanish people down south of the border, El Negro. It was El Negro, and the whites said Negros, and Negros became Nigger. And then my generation coming Nigger become Nigga, and it become a term of endearment. And then by the time I get 80, then it's niggas, because we find out about the King of Kings, the conquering line of the tribe of Judah is the niggas. So I say, they was calling us king and didn't even know it. Because the niggas is the king. What is Niger? What is the river Niger? That's Niger. It's just one G short. What is Nigeria? The word is in Nigeria. The word is in Niger. It's the same word. Niger is a country in Africa. One G short. Nigeria. Niger. IA. Same word. Same word. The river Niger is the river Niger. It's just one G instead of two. It's the river Niger. Yeah, not exactly. So my generation was working on a cosmic knowledge using something, right? So when people say y'all should have never started using the word, we was using it out of cosmic knowledge. It was something about it. It was something about the word that we liked. We liked it. Now I find out we was right for liking it. That's why we liked it, because it was ancient. It did something to our ears. Because the longer we got away from slavery and oppression, the more free we became, the more our mind began to expand. That's why I'm plant-based and my parents not. That's why I got dreadlocks and my parents don't. That's why we know the herb is sacred and our parents don't. That's why we don't take all them pharmaceuticals and our parents did. Because as we got our freedom, became our natural ability to go into our psychic energy. And as kids, we just knew that was the word. We liked it. So when we used the word Nigga in the 70s, it meant you cannot hurt our feelings. That's what it meant. That's what it meant. Nigga, when I was growing up, meant I don't got no feelings. That's what it meant. We became cold with no feelings. See, in my generation, I had no racial feelings. It's a fact. I had no feelings concerning racism. None. I had no feelings. Period. So when I went to a Lutheran school with blacks and whites, I had no feelings. If you call me Nigger, I'm not going to beat you up for calling me Nigger. I'm just beating you up on GP just because you playing with me. That's all. Just because you think. I'm just beating you up because you think you insulting me. You're not really insulting me, but just on GP. I see you call me Nigger, but can you fight though? Because my generation, that's what we was on. Because our hero was Muhammad Ali. So we was floating like a butterfly, stinging like a bee. We had three heroes, James Brown, Muhammad Ali, and Dr. J. Period. So we didn't care nothing about the N-word. You a brother and you say my N, cool. You somebody, you say E-R, bow. So nobody never said E-R. I never been called Nigger my whole life in Chicago. Never. And I went to a Lutheran school with whites and blacks. I never got called that. Never. Never. Never, never, never. You got to understand, we didn't know nothing about Malcolm X. Malcolm X was my OGs. You see what I'm saying? Malcolm X was my OGs. We didn't know nothing about Malcolm X. I didn't know nothing about Malcolm X till I got like 20, 19, 20, something like that. We didn't know nothing about no Malcolm X. We knew, only thing we knew was in Chicago, the only thing we knew was Fred Hampton. We knew Fred Hampton, but we didn't know Malcolm. Malcolm was unalived in 1965. I was 7 years old. I was 7 years old when they got rid of Malcolm. I was only 7. I'm watching Bozo, and Bozo, I don't know nothing about that. We don't know nothing about Malcolm. In Chicago, our revolutionary hero was Fred Hampton. Fred Hampton was my Malcolm X. I ain't know nothing about Malcolm. I had to read about Malcolm later. I'm 20, 21, something like that. I ain't know about Malcolm. I come up under Fred Hampton. We don't come up under Malcolm X. So that's why I be talking to y'all so y'all can get the timeline, see? That's why it's very important to listen to me so you be like, man, Pharaoh giving us the real timeline. Because you'll see somebody like me and you'll be like, Malcolm. I'm giving you the real time. Like, no, Malcolm is not my generation. You know what I'm saying? Malcolm, that's not my generation. Malcolm's not my generation. Malcolm is the generation under my mother, younger than my mother, older than me, that generation. That's the Malcolm X generation. I'm like 67. The Malcolm X generation is like 72, 73, 74, 75. That's the Malcolm X generation. My parents would be in their 80s now. My daddy might even be in his 90s or something like that. That's the Malcolm generation. They older than me. Them, the brothers we was looking at had the big afros. We didn't know why they had them, but we just wanted them. That's the Malcolm dudes, the OGs we used to see. And now you get older and you want to emulate the streets. And those the brothers had the big afro and the combat boots on and the jeans and the army jacket. So like you in the 4th, 5th grade, you want to dress like him. You go home, Mama, can I get a natural? Can I get an afro? You know what I'm saying? Mama, can I get a natural? My mama like, nah, you ain't going to comb it. I've asked her next week, Mama, can I get a natural? Mama, can I get a natural? Finally, she let me get a natural. Then when I got a natural, then my daddy got a natural. So my daddy was following me. You understand? What you mean in the field? What you mean in the field? In the field like what? What field you talking about? Accountability. What field you talking about? Which field? Like express yourself, because I am the field. So you say I wasn't in the field. I am the field. So express yourself. I'm still the field. You're not in the field today. I am the field. I'm the leader of the field. So what you mean I wasn't in the field? Like what field you talking about? And do you know me or do you know what you're talking about? See, bro, you don't know what you're talking about, brother. You just talking. I'm still in the field. You still, if you come up to me talking crazy, you're going to see I'm still in the field today. So you don't know what you're talking about, bro. I've been in the field. I am the field. I'm the field marshal. What you mean I ain't been in the field? You better like it. This is me. This is me at like 20. This is me like 20 years old. Was you like this at 20? This is me at 20 years old. You said I wasn't in the field. Look like I got a field jacket on. I look like I got a field jacket on. This is me at 20. Show me direct me to a picture of you at 20. This is me at 20. This is me at 20. You understand? This is me at 20. You know what I'm saying? You're not qualified to be over here and listen to me. So that's why I had to block you. You can't be over here. You don't got what it takes to be over there. Yep. Yeah, that's why I blocked you. You can't be over here. You know what I'm saying? Because you're on the internet playing, doing something you ain't going to do in real life. I know the field marshal. Field marshal is my brethren. I know the field marshal. Played music on WHVK. I know the field marshal. That's my brethren. I got a picture with him somewhere around here too. We took pictures, but we ain't transfer them over to digital. I know field marshal. I know the field marshal. That's one of the soldiers. That's one of the soldiers under me. All of them is under me. You understand? Yeah, the field marshal's under me. That's a fact. I ain't bragging. I'm just telling you. The field marshal is under me. He's ranked, but he's a lower ranking soldier. But he got ranked, but he's lower ranking. This is me when the field marshal was making his moves. So yeah, I know the field marshal, but he you know what I'm saying? He didn't even come to the game. By the time he came into the game, I was back from Hawaii and all that. It wasn't no field marshal and it wasn't none of that when I left here. It was Chucky Isaiah, it was Tazadi Wadada I and brethren like that. It wasn't no field marshal back then. This is when I got back though. But he a good brethren though. He used to work, he drove ambulance. You know what I'm saying? He drove the ambulance. That's what he did for a job. He was a good brother though. You know what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying? They don't know nothing about the struggle in the 60s. I don't know much about the struggle in the 60s because I was a kid. So I was a kid in the 60s, so I don't know much about the struggle in the 60s. All I know is driving with my mama and seeing everything burnt up and seeing Soul Brother and Soul Sister painted in the windows and big afros and stuff. And I know they was having riots and stuff like that, but I was a kid. See what I'm saying? I was a kid. I was born 1958. So by 1960, I ain't number 10 years old. See what I'm saying? So I don't really know nothing about the 60s like that. I just know what I kind of seen a little bit, the Afro and stuff like that, trying to emulate. I don't really know much about that. I found all that out later. I had to study the 60s to find out about the 60s. As far as the radical stuff. Now, as far as swinging bicycles and Mother May I and how I go see, I know that. You know, that's what I know about. What I know about the 60s is Mother May I, Catch a Girl, Kiss a Girl, High Go See, Running Bases, you know what I'm saying? Strikeout, baseball, basketball. That's why I know two-hand touch football. That's what I know about the 60s. Catch a Girl, Kiss a Girl. That's all I know about the 60s. That's it. Now or later, baseball cards, That what I know about the 60s. You know what I'm saying? That's what I know about the 60s. Now or later. You know what I'm saying? Chum gum. You know what I'm saying? Wine candy, licorice. You know what I'm saying? Baseball cards. You know what I'm saying? Spin the ball. We didn't really play spin the bottle. You know what I mean? We did a lot of running and stuff. And so when you see this Hispanic dude using the N word, they so far removed from it that he don't even know the history of it or why he using it, because the YN's using it. They don't know why they using it. The word, the N word, has changed and changed and changed and changed and changed. So a lot of people don't know the N word technically is not black anymore. Okay, this is why these Hispanics and stuff try to use it. Half of the community is still dealing with it with black, when half of the world's not. But today, the N word, Nigga, does not mean black anymore. It haven't meant black in many years. So when these Hispanics using it, and then they referring to black people, they not using it right. And this is what makes it racist, and this is why they don't want them to use it. Because they don't know how the word is used no more. The word Nigga now means man, and Bitch mean woman today. Bitches mean woman, and nigga mean man. Now, it don't mean no racial stuff. It means a dude. When you say that a nigga man, they mean a dude. It don't mean no race. So you be like, man, where you get that Chinese food? Man, I got that Chinese from them Chinese niggas over there. Chinese niggas. Them Chinese niggas over there on 75th. They got that fried. You know what I'm saying? Mexican niggas over there. You know what I'm saying? It don't mean, it mean dudes, and Mexican dudes, and Chinese dudes. There's Chinese, you know what I'm saying, man, the Chinese bitch down there got that fried, man. The Mexican bitch or the black, you know what I'm saying? Bitch mean female, nigga mean male. It don't mean black female. It just mean female. The way it's used nowadays. So these people using the word, they don't know what they doing. They trying to use a word without knowing. They use it for other things, but that's basically what it means today. The main meaning for bitch is a female, not in a negative way. It don't mean bitch in a negative way, Deanna. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It doesn't, bitch is not a negative word. This is what people don't understand, Deanna. They try to keep the word stuck where it is. When people say bitch, it don't mean negative no more. It ain't meant negative in forever. It don't mean negative. That's what people don't understand. They want to keep the word where it's at, but things transpire. It don't mean negative. Yeah, it don't mean that. It don't mean what bitch used to mean. It don't mean that. It just means female. It doesn't mean female in a negative way either. That's why they don't understand black people, how we talk. We apply a word the way we want to apply it, but they want to keep the word applied the way they want to apply it. And we be reapplying it. And then people don't want to go along with the fact it's reapplied. They want to connect it to this. Yeah, you talk about your wife. You're like, man, my bitch can cook. It doesn't mean nothing negative. You're not going to call your baby mama and your wife that if it's negative. Call each other the B word. That's not as popular as it used to be. They're calling another dude a bitch is not really, that popular like that. It's like this, Dieta. Look, two. Look in the chat. See two? See two, and two. And people don't understand that when you say two, it's only mean how you apply it. So a word don't have no meaning. I keep trying to tell the Moors that. Words don't have any meaning, the other. A word has a meaning only when you use it in a sentence. That's it. A word by itself has no meaning. So if I say two, what did I just say? If I say two, what do that mean? See what I'm saying? You don't know. Right? If I say two, Deanna, what do that mean? You still not getting what I'm telling you. So if somebody uses it to degrade and somebody uses it over here, it's not the same. It's not the same. You can't carry the meaning over here, over there. If I say, man, dude act like a bitch, that's a different bitch than when I say my bitch can cook. That's not the same bitch. It's just people don't want to step their vocab. They don't want to step up their thought pattern. Just like if I say two, you don't know what it means unless I say I got two of them. But if I say I'm going to the store, how could you say, well, what you mean you're going to the store? No, that's a different two. If I say me too, that don't mean me too. That mean me, I'm going to. I'm going with you. Right? You understand what I'm saying? So words only have a meaning how they apply, but people trying to keep words stuck. It's not just the energy. You can have some energy on it, but you're still going to be saying it in a negative way. You can't say my bitch can cook her ass off in a negative way. Can you, Troy? Can you say that negatively? No matter what kind of energy you could put on it, it's still a compliment. If you say it loud, if you say it soft, you basically saying she could cook her ass off. The emphasis ain't on the word bitch. The emphasis is on she could cook. Nobody pays attention to the bitch part. Now, I don't do weirdo stuff, Dorsey. I don't do that because most people do that stuff, still eat pork, still eat chicken. So I don't do that type of knowledge. Because most of y'all do that type of knowledge when I open your refrigerator up. You don't know the ingredients in your food, but you know everything about words. But you don't know even what is in your goddamn food. So I don't do that. So miss me with that. Miss me with the when you want to get into the woke stuff. Nah, miss me. I don't do the woke stuff because if you was woke, y'all all be plant-based and eat right. I don't do woke. That's sleepwalking. So don't come over here with the woke nonsense. I'm not doing none of that. And you don't know what you're talking about Go on your own channel and teach. What's your name? Dwight? Yeah, go on your own channel and teach. You know what I'm saying? I mean, ain't no emphasis possession. It's how you use it in a sentence. And when you use it in a sentence, it can only be emphasized a certain type of way. LC, no. You got $500. You want to bet on that? It's a certain way you could use a word where it only means one thing, no matter how you say it. Period. So you don't know what you're talking about either. Y'all don't be knowing what y'all talking about. A lot of you brothers don't want to listen. That's why y'all don't learn nothing. You don't want to learn nothing. You want to be stuck on stupid. I'm giving you the game right now, but you to refuse it because you already believe something. Words don't mean shit, only sentences. And when you say a certain sentence, it can't mean nothing but the sentence. That's all it can mean. If you say, my mother is so beautiful, whether you scream it, say it low, whatever, it's going to still mean the same thing. It's going to still mean my mother is so beautiful. There's no bad way to say my mother is so beautiful. So y'all don't make no sense. Because if you could say a sentence to make it sound bad, let me hear you say my mother is so beautiful in a bad way. Okay, checkmate. You'd have to give me my money. Any debate with expert with language, they'll be like, he's 100% right. You got to pay the man. That's how y'all just be making stuff up and don't be wanting to listen. I don't really like people that watch me that don't listen. I feel like you're wasting your time. A lot of y'all, you wasting your time. If you ain't learning nothing, log off. You wasting your time. You wasting your time. You're over here for nothing. Because stupid is and stupid does. I'm over here trying to get these people game. Because I can't talk about this Mexican and what's going on until I break down the history of the word. Now you can't break this down. So don't come over here after I broke down something so magically talking. Because what I just laid down is genius and it's the historical fact. And so trying to come and throw pieces in the middle of a beautiful puzzle that I already put some history that was before you was born, when you was a little boy. You know what I'm saying? I don't know nothing about being offended because, like I said, we don't do offense. We beat people up. So I don't like the internet. I come from we don't do offended. I come from the era where we beat you up. Shut up, or you get beat up, or we leave and we don't talk to you. So the internet where you can force yourself. That's why we got the block button. Because you can't force yourself over here into this conversation. When you see me talking to other people, you're not special like that. It's 227 people over here. I'm giving black people the background of the N-word. If you know a lot of stuff, go log in, come let me know what your channel is, and I'll come to see if you know anything. But don't try to be smart on my behalf, because I'm going to call you all out your name, and that's why I'm demonetized. Because they say I be disrespected. And then people say I'm disrespected because I'm on the internet. No, I'm disrespected because I'll be outside, though. I'm really about that. Okay? So now when you get to this Mexican, that's why we don't want him using the word, because he don't know the historical value of the word. And he's taking a word that black people using that also is in transition. The word is constantly transitioning. And so he's using something that black people are using in a transitional form, and he don't know what he's using. He don't know what he's using it for. You understand? Because when black people make up the word and say the word nigga, and you are Mexican, how you gonna use the word? Because there's words for y'all, we can't call y'all the S word. So that's where it's foul at. Because you got words too like that. But we can't call you that. So for you to be a Mexican and nobody can call you the S word, but then you want to come and use that word. No, you can't use that, amigo. You can't use that because we can't call you the S word. We can't call Jewish people the K word. We can't call white people the H word. So how they gonna call us that? We can't call you the H word. See what I'm saying? This is where it's foul at. We don't. Other races cannot use that word unless we can use their word. Now we could call you your word you don't like. Let's do that. But if we can't call you your word, don't call us that. Okay? Don't call us that. You know what the S word is. They'll tell you what they call Hispanics. Ask somebody, they tell you I'm not going to say it over here because that's a violation over here. It's a violation if we say that, but these Mexicans can get over there and say these words about us. Why they don't get banned? For using something, we got to give you the permission to talk to us. You know what I'm saying? You got to have permission. You can't do what we do. You know what I'm saying? And what I'm saying is a fact. Everything I'm saying is a fact. They'll be like, well, you shouldn't use it if they can't use it. Tell the Italians that. My Italian friends call themselves the W word all the time. You stupid W, you Guido, all that. But I can't call them that. This is a fact. Italians call themselves the W word and a bunch of other racial words about them. They do it all day, every day. My Polish friends, they call each other the derogatory term for Polish people. When they get to arguing, they call each other the stupid P word all the time. All the time. All the time. Every race does that. Why they point out the black race? Every race does it. But see, nobody talks about the other races that do it. They want to come and talk about the N-word and how it's used and this, that. But every race does it. Every nationality does it. Everyone. If there was a human race, there wouldn't have been no slavery. So what human race? Humans won't have slaves and mistreat slaves. So I'm not doing no human race. I'm black. You know what I'm saying? In prison, there's always a double standard with blacks and everybody else. You see, because blacks are what everybody want to step on to get closer to whites. This is a society set up where whites is at the top. They put blacks at the bottom. So all these Asians and stuff, they know they'll never be white, but they want to at least be better than us. So they all come and try to step on us. They'll never be there. They don't want to work with us so that we can move up. They want to come and step on us so they can feel like they're closer, basically. Because you got to understand that Mexicans are Europeans. They're Spaniards. They're not really Mexicans from Mexico. They're a group of people that was conquered by the Spaniards and breeded out. So the Mexicans were breeded out because this is what they do when they invade a country. So they came into Egypt and they tried to breed them out. That's why you had so many light-skinned black people in Northeast Africa, because they was up there where all the wars was at. With Ptolemy and all them come and breed them out. That's what Cleopatra and Hannibal, and that was all that was about. So they'll come and breed you out. They'll conquer you. They'll make your babies have their sons. The son will be half and half. Then the son will marry back into that white family and turn them back white. And then they'll be your pharaohs and your kings and all of that. They breed you out. So when the conquistadors went down there, they breeded them out. They not Mayans no more. They not Aztecs no more. They Spaniards. They're not really Mexicans. They're Spaniards living in Mexico. This guy's a white man. This is a white man. This is not a Mexican. He's white. He's Spanish. He's not. They try to use Mexican like Mexican is a minority. No, Mexican is white. Mexicans are Spanish. That's why they speak Spanish. This is a white man cosplaying that he's a rapper. Talking crazy because he ain't got no respect for blacks in Texas. Blacks in Texas, he punked them. He disrespected them. And they don't even see it. He disrespected Texas. Totally. He said, I'll say it, do something about it. He talking to Texas. He telling blacks in Texas, I'll say it whenever I want to say it. He said, do something about it. I'll take y'all rap. I'll come in here and talk like that in front of y'all women, because he was saying that in front of black women. He was telling black women, I'll call your man that. He said, I wish there was some black men in there. I'll call him that right in front of y'all. That's what he was saying. Because they let him in rap. California the same way. I seen them on like one of them offshoot no jumper show. One brother said he ain't going for it. The rest of them go for it. Oh, they could call us that. They be in the community. Because the younger black man, he just getting weaker and weaker and weaker. He's only tough when he's talking to another black man. The brothers that give me a hard time, they only give me a hard time because I'm black. When they get out here with other nationalities, they ain't standing on none of that. I can go on the block with brothers. Oh, they ready to argue with you. They ready to do anything with you. White police officer pull up, but sir, but sir, but sir, but sir, but sir, but sir, but sir. He turned to but sir. It's all but sir. Scarface too old to speak. It ain't about speaking. He letting you know they already some punks. This had nothing to do with being the future. He let you know that they soft in Texas. They already some punks. And he basically say, I ain't scared of y'all, and I ain't got no respect for y'all, and I say what the hell I want to say. I'm a rapper. I'm getting y'all money and y'all lane. Basically, that's what he said right there. He disrespected this lame right here, this bozo, and basically told him he wished he was there. He still would have said it, because he said, I wish it was more black men here. He said, now I'll say it. What you going to do about it? Right there. Disrespect the whole Texas. They do the same thing in California. Punking brothers and sisters in California because they own the coast, and they letting them people come to their area, and they skinning and grinning and smiling and stuff with these people, and let these people come in and punk their ass. Basically. New York too. Let them Puerto Ricans come in there and punk you and punk you. Run over brothers in them immigrants places. Just run over them. You know what I'm saying? They just run over them. They ain't got no respect for you. They got no respect. And I'm pissed because now they'll see that here, and now they're going to try to pull that with us. They're going to see that here, and some Latin king or some Mexican somebody going to try to pull that with us because you letting them think it's cool they could do all that. So now they're going to try to, he just told them, punk us. Basically, he told them do something about it. Dude came in defending him. Then when all his fans like me say we ain't messing with him no more, he come back and say, oh, I hadn't seen it. And now that I seen it, he shouldn't have said that. He shouldn't have said do nothing about it. Listen, bro, y'all down there in Texas cooning, run around with them people. You done let them come in the penitentiary and punk you in the penitentiary. You done let them come and take your gang culture and build their Hispanic gang culture and dominate you. What happened to the singer rapper from who cut up the singer rapper from Canada? Tory Lanez. Who attacked Tory Lanez? What did the brothers do about it? That's because the Crips and the Bloods is soft now. They soft. The Crips and the Bloods is soft. They done fell off. And I got respect for gangs and stuff, but the Crips and the Bloods done fell off. They ain't standing on nothing. They got no respect out here. Nobody respect the Crips and the Bloods no more. Nobody respect them. They whack now. They threw away everything they built. They threw it away. Straight up. I'm not saying this to be disrespectful. Hopefully, I help them get some backbone and they look at it and say, you know, OG, right, we got to turn this around. I ain't trying to disrespectful. I wouldn't talk about them if I ain't had love for them, but they going the wrong way. I've been said they going the wrong way. They didn't let these, they didn't gave up everything. They didn't gave everything up, man. Straight up. They ain't gave everything away. You know what I'm saying? Atlanta, same thing. Atlanta got in it and threw the whole culture away. Threw the culture down the drain. Totally made a mockery out of the Crips and the Bloods. Turned the Crips and the Bloods into clowns. And what they did, ruined it. That's what they did. They turned the Crips and the Bloods into clowns. Ruined everything, and people let them do it. Period. Now you could be a blood. You could be a blood like this. You could be a serious gang member. You could be a blood just like this. That's a blood. Now, that's a blood. That's a blood. I don't know what you're talking about, Brandon, about saving no females. I have no idea what that got to do with this conversation, bro. I don't know what you're talking about. Walk with Jesus. I don't know Jesus. I never met Jesus. I don't even know who the hell Jesus is. Jesus allowed slavery? I'm not walking with no Jesus. I don't know no Jesus. His name wasn't even Jesus. Go study. What's your name? Go study. There's no such person as Jesus. Well, there was a Jesus, but he was a demon. Bro, go study. Go study. Go study. You know what I'm saying? Don't come over here with that weirdo stuff. I don't know nothing about no Jesus. Who is Jesus? No such person. I mean, it is, but he was a demon. But if you're trying to call somebody holy Jesus, you need to go study. I'm not walking with no Jesus. Pause. How the hell I'm going to walk with Jesus? You know what I'm saying? You know I'm by Yahweh. Well, go talk to Yahweh. Why'd you talking to me? Yahweh ain't here, bro. So Yahweh not here. So go find him and talk to him and come back tomorrow, okay? I ain't gonna time out you that long, but come back in 30 minutes, bro. Go pray to Yahweh, and when you get through praying, then come back and talk to me. You understand? He said, because I'm a demon. I'll be getting on demon time. You know what I'm saying? But here go the thing. If I'm a demon and you watching me, your God allow that? You understand? But I tell you what, you shouldn't be watching. You shouldn't be watching no demon. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to help you out. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to help you out. You know what I mean? I'm going to help you because you shouldn't be watching no demon. You should be watching something godly. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not godly. So you watching the wrong thing, okay? So goodbye. He said, I'm a demon. Pretty much if you play with me. You know what I'm saying? Jesus got crucified. You understand what I'm saying? Wait a minute. Did I block the wrong person? Let me see. I think I blocked the wrong person. Let me see who I blocked up here. Who is this? I don't know who I blocked. I think I blocked the wrong person. I don't know. Oh, that was GK. I think GK was talking crazy too, though. When GK talking crazy, yeah, I might got to still get rid of GK. I'm not doing weirdos today. Sorry. Yeah, let me get rid of GK. I don't be doing weirdos, man. You know what I'm saying? If you just straight up a weirdo, you gotta holler at me in real life. Now I don't know internet. You know what I'm saying? Holler at me, find me, holler at me real life. Keep that same energy. I don't got time for fools at all. I don't do religion. I don't do religion. But as far as me being a demon, I don't know. I'm not a demon right now. I'm not on demon time right now. But it all depends on what's going on. Is part of Texas and California being solved due to being outnumbered and close to the border? No. The problem with Texas and California is that they ain't standing on their gang information. They took the gang culture and they ruined it. They destroyed it. See, blacks become all this different stuff, but other people just be Mexicans. And you be this type of black and that type of black and that type of black American. And the Mexicans will be different type of Mexicans until they get into it with you, and then they just be Mexicans. We never turn back just black. So somebody gonna always outnumber you if you split all up and they united. You know what I'm saying? They brought all them people into the gangs and rap and all of that. They shouldn't have brought them into rap and all of that. They shouldn't have brought them in your stuff. No, they can't talk to you in prison. In prison, they can't talk to you. They can't sit with you or nothing. But yet you're going to sit up and rap with them. But then when he go to prison, you can't talk to him. You can't do nothing with him. It's white, it's Mexicans, blacks. No, it's segregation. So I don't know why blacks practicing integration outside of prison, and there's segregation in prison. And this man said, I'll say what you're going to do about it. And the segregated Mexicans are hearing that. And then they using it as negativity. So he talking to his own race. He telling his race, look how I punked these blacks right on their own show. That's what he did. Real people know he went and dissed black people on the show with black women for his race to get hyped up. And now they'll turn around and try that here and cause a big problem in Chicago. You understand? Because as far as being outnumbered, it don't matter. They ain't no match for us. But we only beef with each other. So you figure like it's Mexicans here. They might get enough numbers to go at the GDs. They might get enough numbers to go at the Viceroys. They might get enough numbers to go at the BDs. They might get enough numbers to go at the Four Corner Hustlers. But they ain't got enough numbers to go at black people. Not in Chicago. They numbers ain't that big like that. So then we be in these divided groups, and that's how they got power. They got power because you divided up. Basically, yeah, he went back and laughed with the Mexicans. Yeah, I said that. I told him to do something about it. Punked the whole Texas. Basically. Punked him. Punked this dude right here. Punked him. Punked him. Punked him. Told him straight up, do something about it. Punked him. He don't even see it, but that's because he got barrettes in his head. Doing the whole court gesture thing. They understand unity, but they don't understand who they playing with. Yeah, he's wearing balls in his hair. Yes, he's been wearing that stuff. That's how he get out. That's the big rapper in Texas. That's him. He that big superstar. And he can rap good. But I don't know where this is cool for me and to have this in there. 80% is working people. Whatever. Let me tell you something, Josh. When one of your people say something, all y'all in it. So get your boy. That's how that go. Because if one of us say something, they ain't gonna divide us up, Josh. If some black people say something to them, they just gonna say black people. But now he say something, you won't say it's a specific Mexican. Well, if he said that, he ain't afraid of the other Mexicans telling him he shouldn't have said that. So then they all in it together. If he bold enough to say that, knowing he a Mexican, then all the Mexicans is in on that. I don't see no Mexicans rebuking him. Where's the other two? If it's three different Mexicans, where's the other two saying something? I don't see nobody saying nothing. I don't see the other one saying nothing. They cool with it. That's only one type of Mexican. It's a whole different bunch of different types of black people. That's what I'm trying to tell you, Josh. It's only one type of Mexican. It's only one type of white person. There's only one type of Chinese person. Blacks is the only one got different types. Them other people are not different types. Every Mexican gonna ride with what he said unless it's causing them some type of problem and they'll say something on their social media. Other than that, if it wasn't for that, they ain't gonna say nothing. They are Mexicans and they're gonna stick together as Mexicans. And if they go to the prison, they're gonna all get together as Mexicans. It ain't gonna be there is no three different types of Mexicans in prison. I'm not saying I hate Mexicans. This ain't no hate Mexican. And see, here we go with that again. If you'll notice, some people are trying to paint this as a hate Mexican. So a Mexican can get on the thing and say he'll call us the N-word and what we gonna do about it. And then if we complain about it, they'll say we try to put the racists, try to say we going against the Mexicans. When ain't nobody was thinking about no Mexicans until he said that shit. Other than we want them to hell out the country if they're illegal. This is what you got. This is what you got to deal with when you're black. Ain't none of them standing up saying you should have said that. Black folks got to stop caring somebody say you racist as a way to try to shut you up. We be saying a lot of white people racist. They don't never shut up. Why that don't work for nobody else when we call them racist? A person gonna say what they gonna say, whether it's true or not. So you can't be worried about what they gonna say. You understand? I'm not hating on no Mexicans. This is not anti-Mexican. This is anti-Crips and Bloods. I'm saying the Crips and Bloods in Texas and California, they look soft right now. They look soft. If I was a Crip, I'd be worse than this. If I was a big Crip, I'd be talking real crazy. Because y'all making the Crips look bad. But I'm not a Crip. That's Crip business. Cousins them need to handle their business. Because y'all let this Mexican be a Crip, and he a Mexican Crip, and he say he'll call you the N-word and do something about it. The Crips need to holler at dude. That's why I'm saying they weak. He's supposed to be afraid to say that. Why he not afraid? Because they going to take over the Crips. The Crips going to be Mexicans. You let them people in there, Tukey and them will be pissed. Man, the founders of the Crips that then passed away, they'll be pissed if they seen some Mexican Crips. I don't hate on Mexicans or nothing like that. I'm the one hated on. We always, black people, try to prove we don't hate on a bunch of people that hate us. That's how we be functioning. All these people hate us. They don't like us, none of them. And we always trying to prove that we don't like nobody. This is a psychological trick to hate you, but make sure you don't hate back. And then when you hate back, act like it ain't no hate and you just a hater. This is the oldest trick in the book. Hate you, despise on you, keep you down, fight against you, and then when you point it out, say you the hater. Oldest trick in the book, because you care. Now, if you're like me, you don't care. So then YouTube will go, look at my video, judge me based on how they see it, and demonetize me based on how they see it. And they'll come up with the conclusions according to them. What I'm saying is what YouTube say I'm saying, even though that ain't what I'm saying. And then demonetize me. And then won't nobody support me. But if I was a white man and I was standing up and they demonetized me, money would just be flying over here. They would support me. That's right, brother. Boom, 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 boom. With black folks, you stick your neck out, you stand up, you talk it in, you pay a price, and you paid it for nothing. Because they ain't gonna support you like that. The stuff I be talking about, man, I'm supposed to be getting $300, $400, $500 a donation every time I talk over here. It don't gonna go like that. I ain't finna beg no. I ain't gotta tell you. You know, let life judge you. You don't want to listen to what I'm saying? It's gonna catch up with you. It's trying to spread. It's trying to spread. It's trying to spread. They want to take the country. That's why ICE is out there. The Europeans know they want to take the country. See, the Europeans are split up. You got Sunday British, Dutch, Polish, like that. And the Spanish Europeans was always considered a little different. Spain was always considered different than the rest of Europe. You understand? Nah, they can't. When I was in the county jail, when Mexicans, if black people got bonded out at night, and you know, like you get bonded out the county jail, they just put you out and you out there waiting for your ride to come. And Mexicans was coming and jumping on blacks outside the county jail, waiting on their rides. So I made a suggestion to the brothers of what we should do in the county jail. They're like, nah. I can't say what suggestion I made, but we outnumbered the Latin Kings and stuff. And I was like, the way we could stop this from happening outside is wah, wah, woo, 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 inside. They're like, nah. See? Soft. They wasn't willing to do what they had to do inside to make sure they get the message, leave brothers alone outside. Soft. But a black stone will whoop a black stone at the drop of a hat. A vice lord would whoop a vice lord at the drop of a hat. A BD or GD would whoop one of the folks at the drop of the hat. But now when it's anybody else, it's And you go in the county jail, you see a brother beat up, his own gang beat him up. Every time. It wasn't no Latin or no Hispanics beat him up. It was his crew beat him up. Every time. This man talking big, crazy stuff, and this Sauce Walka gonna get up there and say, nah, he been through what we been through and all this. And only after he seen it could hurt his money, and only after Sauce Walka seen that a lot of people didn't want to mess with his music and stuff no more, and that he would have to depend on Mexicans to buy his music, which they not gonna buy it. Then he came back. I hadn't seen what he said, y'all. Now that I seen what he said, he shouldn't have. Bro, you seen what they said. Bro, you a liar. I can't. Hold on. I got him in a playlist. Man, I'm taking him out my doggone playlist. Man, let me do that right now. Man, dude, if you don't get your goofy ass out here, I don't want to hear nothing from no Sauce Walka again ever in life. On my soul. Let me get this man out my playlist, man. Bro, man, hold on. I'm going to do it right now on live. Hold on. Right now on live, I'm going to get him out my playlist. He a damn disgrace. Man, I don't want to listen to his music. Why would I want to listen to you, bro? Why would I want to listen to him? Hold on, this is my play. Man, I don't want to never hear. I'm kind of funny like that. Yeah, man, get your ass out of here. I don't want to hear nothing you gotta say, man. You get to burn me one time. You know what I'm saying? Let's take a break and then we'll finish. Man, you don't get to play with me like that, bro. I can't support him. Support reparations. That's what we on. Yeah, support reparations. I'm trying to figure out how you let a Mexican become a Crip that's going to go to prison and can't be with the black Crips. That don't even make no sense, man. The prison system is segregated. Gang members always be getting in trouble going to prison. How you going to let a Mexican be a Crip and then he going to go to prison but can't hang out with the black Crips? And how is the Mexican gangs going to deal with him, the Serenos and them, when you're a Mexican Crip? I don't know, man. That to me, it sounds crazy. I mean, what you want to do, race mixing ain't no our people. If you like somebody, you want to marry them, that ain't none of my business. So I'm not into anti-race mixing or none of that. If you black and you fall in love with somebody, you can fall in love with whoever you want to fall in love with. I'm not going that far. So I don't care. I don't care about nobody falling in love and having a family with whoever you're gonna have a family, because family is not gang culture. Family is human culture. So if a Mexican man fall in love with a black woman, or a black man fall in love with a Mexican woman, or a Chinese woman, or a white woman, or a white man fall in love with a black woman, that ain't none of my business. I ain't against that, because that's not race mixing. That's them minding their own business. And so for people to take couples that get together from different races and try to lock them in with the race, that's some nut stuff too. Because you want to lock me in with the race. If I go marry a white woman, you're going to want to say a black man like me should marry no white woman. But before I married her, what was we doing together as black people? Because now we unified. Now I should be unified as a black man because I married a white woman. But when I'm not married, what kind of unity we got then? We got to have unity for more than just you can't marry outside the race, but we ain't doing shit in the race. You ain't doing shit in the race. So that don't even make no type of sense. There's no energy in doing nothing together in the race. All this energy is what you doing outside of the race. That's backwards as hell. You ain't trying to build no businesses. You ain't trying to get no gas stations. You ain't trying to do nothing racial. Like Dr. Umar. Dr. Umar don't believe in racial mixing, but he can't even open a damn school. He don't support reparations for Black America because he Cuban. Make it make some sense. So race mixing is weak, but how you functioning now is not weak. You don't believe in race mixing. Race mixing is no good. But you believe in race supporting. You go to buy gas from the Arabs. You don't consider that race mixing, giving your money to another race, right? So that's not race mixing. Because I don't know how you're going to be mad at me if I marry a Arab woman, but you ain't mad at Arabs owning the gas station in your community. See, this what's wrong with black people. You ain't mad at the Chinese restaurant in your community. You ain't mad at all these people in your community making money, but you mad at one brother that decided he want to marry a white woman. So you see me with a white woman and you say, I'm a trader with a white woman, but then you got on Gucci, you got on Louis, you got on all white clothes. You done gave white people millions and millions of dollars. And you figure that's cool. And me marrying a white woman is a traitor. But you walking around with a white man logo on, branded on you with a purse that white people made, that's not a traitor. Because if marrying a white woman is wrong, every black woman with straightening her hair is foul. How do the black woman want hair like a white woman gonna tell you don't date a white woman when you an imitation white woman? Because the black woman today is an imitation white woman. That's who she wanna be. She putting blonde hair in her head. So I can marry a black woman with fake eyelashes, lighten her skin with blonde hair, but I can't marry a real blonde hair woman. Okay, I guess. To me, the white woman with her real blonde hair is a much better woman than the black woman with fake blonde hair. I'd rather have the white woman with real hair than the fake black woman with her hair. But you don't see that as being no traitor. So if you want to talk about being a race traitor, the black woman is the biggest race traitor today in the history of black people. She ain't standing on nothing black. She don't even want to look black. She don't even got her real booty. She buying booties. The black woman buying booties from white people or anybody else. She go down to the, if I go with a Hispanic woman, she gonna say I'm a race trader. But she go down to a Hispanic man down South America and let him put a booty in her. You mad because I'm getting some South American booty, but you went and bought some South American booty and put it in your booty, and it ain't even real booty in your booty. Sisters ain't got no original ass. That's why they buying ass. That's all fake. Some sisters got original ass. Sisters ain't got no ass. You can't eat this food and shit like that. You're going to be a wide. You're going to grow this way. If you eat McDonald's and stuff, you're not going to have no corn-fed booty. You're not going to have no cornbread booty on McDonald's and Popeyes. You're going to have Popeye booty. So you're going to have to go buy cornbread booty. You don't work no more. You sitting on your ass. You eating garbage. You growing this way. You ain't growing back that way. So I can't marry a white woman. I got to marry Beyonce, a bootleg white woman, because Jay-Z married to a bootleg white woman. I don't understand. I'm confused. I'm confused. Y'all confusing me. I'm totally confused. So if I marry a white woman, I'm foul. But I can marry her. Now, if I can marry her, I don't know why I can't marry a white lady. I should be able to marry a white lady. I should be able to marry a white lady. If I can marry her, why can't I marry who she want to be? Why can't I marry a real one? Why can't I marry a real white lady, but I can marry a fake white lady? I'd rather marry a real white lady than a fake white lady. Ain't no World War III with no real gangster like that. Nobody going to war with me. That's easy. Y'all internet people. Ain't no internet people about no smoke like that. Her baby's genetically black. No, her baby's is genetically cancerous. Yeah, her baby's is genetically cancerous. Yeah, her babies is genetically full of chemicals and cancer. That's what they are genetically. Her babies are genetically black women that want to be white like their mama. Yeah. Her babies is white. They genetically white and they going to want to be like mommy. When you get through talking, Josh, her baby's not, how you going to have black babies when you not black? She not black. How she going to have black babies? She going to have GMO babies. Her baby's genetically modified. Because she ain't going to have no babies by nobody want black babies. She only going to have babies by a man that's willing to turn his babies white like her. She want her babies to be going to be like her. They're going to be white ladies. To the point where her babies is going to marry a white man or a white woman. Her babies not probably won't even marry a black man. Josh, if you really want to get into the science, she is a white woman. If it walk like a duck and it quack like a duck, it's a duck. This is not a black woman. This is a white woman. Your hair must match your DNA. Don't tell me you got no DNA, no black DNA, and your hair ain't black, don't look like black DNA. That's all make-believe. I know he's trying to make excuses for. Beyonce is white, okay? What part of that y'all don't understand? Beyonce is a white woman, okay? Beyonce is not black. Beyonce is a white woman. I don't know, Josh. I'd have to see your family and see your woman to further this conversation. But I'm sure if I seen you, what you saying would make sense. You really just telling on yourself. Some kind of way this is triggering you. You know, I'm deep over here, Josh. So you know what I'm thinking, Josh. Why is this triggering you? Like what's going on in your life? Why you invested into this? I smell something over there. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, Josh, you my man and everything, but you telling on yourself. You do know you telling on yourself. No, I'm not tripping. Ain't none of that micro, none of that DNA. That shit don't mean nothing. That shit don't mean nothing. If you believe that a woman can put chemicals into her scalp and have the same DNA as a woman that's living natural, then that's because, Josh, you depending on this science instead of listening to the big science, man. When you eat animals, when you eat dead animals, and when you eat artificial flavors, artificial colors, preservatives, you do not have your natural DNA that you were supposed to be born with. You have an altered DNA. You cannot put chemicals and stuff into your blood and keep the same DNA. Her DNA is altered. She does not have the DNA that she's supposed to have. She has an altered DNA. If you lighten your skin and you do all of these Frankenstein stuff, it actually changes you. You do not be the same person, Josh. This is over your head. You thought she was vegan, because there's a lot of people that eat vegan, Josh, that drink blood, though. You don't really want me to go there. And who are we talking about? Are we talking about Beyonce? Or are we talking about that other lady she say she turned into? Y'all really want to go there? Hold on. I always got to do the dirty work. What's the name of this lady she say she really is? Sasha Fierce. Sasha Fierce. Okay, hold on. Man, y'all always be making me go into something I don't be wanting to go into. Now, he talking about Beyonce's DNA. But Beyonce say she not Beyonce. She say she's Sasha Fierce. All right? Now, this is why my things be so long. Now, I don't know if y'all believe in vampires, but if you are bitten by a vampire, you do not have the same DNA anymore. If you are scratched or pricked by a werewolf, you also you are not you anymore. Your DNA is altered. When your blood is mixed, your DNA is altered. Your DNA is only your DNA as long as you keep it pure. As soon as you start tampering with your DNA, you become a different person. All of these chemicals that they give you alters your DNA. It's basically high-level witchcraft. You are not the same person. You become a different person. In some cases, when the body can't change, you end up with cancer. You end up with cancer because the body can't adapt to you tampering with your DNA and your RNA. And so a lot of y'all talk about DNA, but y'all had that COVID shot. Do I really gotta? Man, that's why I be getting demonetized. So if you got the COVID shot, you ain't necessarily human anymore. You ain't necessarily human if you got the COVID shot. But this lady right here, Sasha Fierce, that's not Beyonce. And Sasha Fierce kept on messing around until she took over Beyonce. There is no more Beyonce. This is Sasha Fierce right here. Beyonce gone. Beyonce been gone. Beyonce's not there no more. She gone. She been gone. Kanye gone. That ain't, hey man. Kanye, that's not, Kanye gone. Your body, you was never made to be pricked. And you was never made to be pricked and inoculated. Once you pricked and inoculated, You know what I'm saying? You become a whole different creature and you could breed yourself out. You know what I'm saying? A lot of black people trying to breed the black out of them. She don't look like she trying to want to be black. She trying to breed the black out. Kanye didn't breed the black out of him. Look at the Kanye. Kanye got black children. No, he's breeding his DNA. He's breeding his black DNA out. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying it's a bad thing or a good thing. I'm just saying people phony because if you go talk to a white woman, they gonna say you selling out. But you can walk around with all their clothes, all their purses. You can have on all their makeup. You could do your hair like them. You could change your eyes like them, and nobody don't say that's selling out. And I'm just saying, how is marrying a white woman any different than marrying a black woman that turned into a white woman? That's all I'm saying. I'm saying we phony. You want to pick and choose, and you want to say the woman that marry a white man is a sellout, and you want to say the man that marry a white woman is a sellout, but you don't want to say the black people that's turning white is sellout. They still black. That's my only point. She's still black, but if I marry a white woman, I'm not still black. But if I marry a black woman and she turned white, it's cool. So you don't believe in racial mixing, but all your women got hair like white people, and you cool with it. You buy it for. So I'm not understanding how you against marrying a white woman when you take your woman to get white people hair on her head. Now, if that's not phony to you, I mean, that's cool. But to me, that's phony. To me, that's phony. To me, if I marry a white woman and I'm a sellout, but I can marry her, that's phony. That's 100% phony. Because if I marry her, I did marry a white woman. I just married a bootleg one. I married a fake white lady. And to me, marrying a real white lady would be better than marrying a fake white lady. But I don't know. I'd much rather, instead of marrying her, I'd much rather marry a real white lady. Why would I marry a bootleg one? I don't know. That's why I get in a lot of trouble because I'm not supposed to say that. I'm supposed to say, no, I'm not supposed to say none of this. You know what I'm saying? I'm supposed to say what Dr. Umar would say, somebody that ain't opened up a school in 2,000 years that always talk about Marcus Garvey and is robbing us just like Marcus Garvey, a straight crook that's using all this black talk but robbed you. I'm supposed to do that. He get a whole lot of credit for being this super black dude, and he robbed black people for years, and no school ain't gonna never open. And he gonna tell you how bad the white man is, but he the one robbed you. I'd rather deal with a white man that really would have opened the school than him. No, they not both the same. The white lady with her natural hair is better than her. Any woman with her real eyebrows and her real eyelashes and her real skin color and real hair is better than this one. This is a Frankenstein monster made lady. This is not a real woman. You might as well sleep with a Barbie doll or doll. This is by far the worst marriage right here. You marry somebody with fake hair, a broom on her eyes. You know what I'm saying? But if I marry her, nobody gonna say nothing. But if I marry a blonde haired white lady, I'm a sellout. But she not a sellout. But I'm a sellout if I marry a white woman look like that. See, none of this making no sense to me. And me, I'm gonna marry whoever I want to marry because I'm grown. I marry anybody I want to marry. Now, I'm not sure I want to marry a white lady. I'm not sure because I don't be around no white lady. I be around a bunch of black people, so most likely I'm be with a black one. But if I did be around one and I liked her, fell in love and married her, that would be my business. I wouldn't be breaking no rules. I don't owe black people nothing when it comes to marriage. I don't owe you shit. Black people, I don't owe you shit. I don't gotta marry. I don't owe you nothing to be married. And then you're not standing on nothing for me to owe you nothing. You can't show me no gas stations. You can't show me no car. You can't show me where you doing nothing black. So you can't talk half-ass black to me. Now, if we gonna do black, then let's do black. But don't sit on your ass and don't do nothing and try to talk no black shit to me. Because you niggas ain't doing nothing black. The fuck is y'all doing black? Everything you got is white. Your house, your car, your gas, all your electronics, all that shit is Asian and white. You don't got nothing black. So how you gonna tell me who to marry? You worried about who I'm marrying, you ain't got no problem getting in that white man car and driving that white man car. You ain't got no problem buying that house from that white man. You ain't got no problem buying all them hair products from that white man. You ain't got no problem buying all your food from that white man. But you got problems with me having sex with a white woman. I don't understand it. I'm confused. What, you half-ass black? What kind of black motherfuckers is y'all? You gonna tell me I'm bogus for marrying a white woman, then you gonna take your woman to a Korean to do her hair and her nails and her toes. What the fuck? You gonna take your black woman right to a Korean lady. She won't even speak English. Calling her all kind of names. I know some sisters say, I don't go there no more because they won't never speak English. I think she be talking about me. She do. Take your shoes off, your toes are wrinkled. She's like, gong gong, ding gong dong. Talking about your toes, and then you gonna tell me who I can marry. See, that's that phony stuff. That's that phony stuff. Can't nobody tell me nothing. I've been super black. Blacker than all y'all. Did black people ever catch up to me? When I was pushing that super, super black, was black people with it? When I was pushing super black, natural hair, work for yourself, did black people ride with that? Ruin what bloodline? This is my penis. What you talking about? You ain't got nothing to do with who I sleep with. What you talking about? You say I ruined the bloodline and you eating pork. Oh, I guess your bloodline is only based who you sleep with. Your bloodline ain't about all that garbage you eating, ain't your blood? Because what you eat determines your blood. See, this is what I'm saying. You're using the word bloodline, but you don't want to get into the science of a bloodline. What is a bloodline? A bloodline is based off your blood mixing with someone else having a baby. So you'll tell me If I marry a white woman, I'm ruining the bloodline while you at dialysis. Well, what is you doing to the bloodline on dialysis? If you on dialysis, are you helping the bloodline? Because your bloodline is shot. Your bloodline gone. So ain't no McDonald's, Burger King. Y'all can't tell me shit because you ain't standing on shit. So don't try to get me to stand on something while you ain't standing on nothing. Is we standing on something or not? Because if we ain't standing on nothing, I'm going to marry whoever I want to marry. Now, if you standing on something, then talk to me. But don't not be about shit and try to give me no motherfucking rules. Don't try to give me no rules when you ain't got none. I'm not trying to hear you. For the black man, you at the barbershop, right? Getting a European haircut to look like the European. Shut the fuck up talking to me. Don't tell me nothing about who I can marry when you at the barbershop cutting off your natural hair. Now you want to talk to me about bloodline and nature. While you chopping off your natural nappy hair, combing your hair, trying to be something other than you are, and then you telling me if I marry a white woman, I'm being something other than I am. Dr. Umar ain't growing his natural hair. He just grows some dreadlocks to scam for a little while, get some money. He go cut that shit off. He don't like the white man, but he's shaving. And he's shaving, and who he shaving with? Huh? Who he shaving with? Dr. Umar shave, right? Keep his beard down, right? Who keeping his beard down? Who? Gillette, right? Who is Gillette? Who is Gillette? All you brothers shaving and shit. Who is Gillette? Gillette are the people that made the swords that conquered you. This the sword manufacturer. This the people that made the weapons to conquer you. This is European. Gillette, the best the man can get. Some military, European military shit that Dr. Umar got in his house. Yeah, this is white supremacy. Cut your hair down and look as close to a European as you can, boy. And follow our dress code, boy. White, I don't care if you white, same for whites. Your hair better not come below your ear. You got to keep that hair up and follow the dress code of a slave. So my white friends don't want to be a slave. They go open pizza places and stuff so they can grow their beard and grow their hair out. Everybody else, all y'all got jobs, y'all slaves. You might as well marry a white woman, you a slave. They tell you how to dress and everything, and the job ain't got nothing to do with that. You're on the computer doing stuff. What your hair got to do with your job? Nothing. Your hair make you do your job better or not? So okay, so why they got a dress code? And you work in the office. You don't even work with customers. You just work with your fellow employees. So why you gotta get a haircut? So listen, I don't even want to go down there. Let's not go down there no more. Let's not even go down there. Let's not even go down on who is who. And then when it comes to mixing, from the last thing I checked, last time I looked at my penis, guess whose penis it was? It was man's. I don't have black people's penis. No, my penis don't belong to y'all. I totally own my penis 100%. I can put it wherever I want to put it. I don't have to put it in no black location. with black people. You know what I'm saying? I don't have to straight up. I don't have to, my penis don't, you know what I'm saying? My penis don't even listen to me. It be doing what it want to do. It get excited on its own and see things it like. And sometimes it tell me, hey, listen, I want to holler at her. You don't got to holler at them. Close your eyes. You know what I'm saying? So it do what it want to do. All right? And my penis, what you say? My penis said, fuck y'all. Well, my penis said, my penis just told me to tell y'all, fuck y'all. He grown. What you say, you grow? He said he grown. I don't know, dude, do what he want to do. You know what I'm saying? I ain't phony. I'm real. I done fucked everybody. I done fucked the whole United Nations. Spin the globe and touch it. I fucked a lady from there already. So I'm not going to do no fake. I'm not fake. Okay? I done been up in a lot of white ladies, Asians, Brazilian, you know, not just white ladies, but, you know, British, Russian. You know what I'm saying? I didn't knock them back, you know? So ain't no need of, I ain't going to lie to y'all to be pro-black. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to tell y'all the facts. I done fucked the whole burn around the world and I had a lot of babies. I don't know why. I keep going astray, but they keep on calling me for some babies. And I love it. You know, Sheree Biggs. You know what I'm saying? I'm just telling you. Okay, I'm young with dreadlocks in Hawaii, international, they coming from all over the world. I'm knocking them back. Okay? I'm knocking them back. I wasn't turning down nothing but my collar. Okay? I don't do race hate. I don't believe in race like that. I don't believe in that shit. I don't believe in that. If black people went out here and slept everywhere, they would not turn us white. We'll turn them all black. So if you ain't got no knowledge, you can't even talk to me. This is why they don't want us sleeping with them. They don't want us sleeping with them. We're going to turn them black. They ain't going to turn us nothing. That's why they don't want you sleeping with them. It's them don't want you sleeping with them because we'll breed them out. They cannot breed us out. We cannot be bred out. This is a fact. If I got with a white woman and had some children and I had some daughters, and then my daughters got with a white man and had some daughters, one of them daughters gonna get right back with a black man and start turning right back. One of them daughters gonna get with Kanye. one of them daughters gonna get with an NFL player or somebody and turn right back black. Anyway, on top of that, race mixing is really good for humankind. Race mixing is necessary. Race mixing stop you from having deformed babies. Because if you keep sleeping with your same race all the time, you're going to be sleeping with a relative too close. And now your baby's going to start having deformities. So every time somebody go outside the race and have a baby and bring that blood in, that's a better blood to keep mixing with. But this is science over y'all head. You can't keep sleeping with your sister and your brother. Okay? So race mixing stops you from having, because old black people used to tell you when they would see children, something wrong with them stuff, white children, they would say because they've been sleeping with their own cousins and stuff for too long. Go look it up. That's why the world was set up like this. If Africans keep sleeping with Africans, you'll start having babies with problems. You have to bring in some new blood. Whites have to bring in, you have to bring in new blood. That's why the Amish is having problems. Yeah, you got to bring in new blood. If it wasn't meant for it, it wouldn't happen. You pro-black, no white men for you, that's fine. That's a social thing. I support that. That's social for you. But your daughter's going to do what they want to do. And so is your granddaughters. So it don't matter what you say. It don't matter what you say. We be saying all kind of stuff. We have kids and then they be gay. Your son will sleep with a man these days. So yeah, you got your ideas, but your ideas don't go for generations, dear. Your ideas is not going to keep white blood out your family because somebody in your family going to do what the hell they want to do. People think that my children going to be vegan, or my children are not going to do what they're going to do what they want to do. They're not going to go by none of my principles. They're going to do their own thing. If they do what I'm doing, it's because they want to do it. That's the only way they'll do what I'm doing, if they naturally want to do what I'm doing. Other than that, they're going to make up their own way and do their own thing. They might sleep with anybody. But the concept of mixed race mixing being bad is a stupid concept. Because if race mixing was bad and against God, then certain women would have a triangular coochie, then this one have a round coochie, and this one have a square coochie, and this man would have a square penis to go in the square coochie, and this one would have a triangle penis to go in the triangle coochie, and this one would have a round penis to go in the round coochie, and you wouldn't be able to get pregnant. You wouldn't be able to get pregnant. It wouldn't work out. So it works out just fine. So take it up with God. Ask God why he made us where we can mix. You love God. That's God's fault that I could sleep with a white woman and get her pregnant. God could have fixed that when that don't happen. So I don't believe in race hate. I don't do racial shit. I only do race socially. What you got to do socially in your community. That's it. If you live in a Polish community, Polish people got to do for Polish, and black people need to do what they got to do for their black community, because there's always going to be groups have a community. You're never going to have mixed communities. You're going to always have separate communities. So I'm pro-black when it comes to community and business and shit, which niggas ain't. So it frustrates me when black people want to talk half-ass black shit, but ain't really standing on nothing black. It's irritating. It's like fake black to me. It's just fake black to be like, oh, I'll never sleep with a white man, but I'll buy all his shit. I'll buy all his clothes. I'll buy all his cars. I'll do all that. I'm only going to be with a black person, but I ain't going to only shop with a black person. I ain't going to build a car for black people. I'm not going to open gas stations in my community for black people. That shit to me phony. That's phony. It's like the cheapest, easiest way to be black where you ain't got to do no work. So when I see a black woman with a white man, it don't bother me. How is she betraying the race when it's a billion black women out here with no man? He not stopping me from getting no black woman. She one out of a billion. So it becomes a fake fear. A fear that you could breed out, which can't never happen. That couple don't mean nothing in the world. They're like a little bitty pinch of dust in the world. How the hell you gonna breed out all them Africans in Africa? Y'all really believe you could breed out Africans in Africa and you could breed out white people in Europe? Y'all believe we could turn all them mixed? Y'all believe every black person in Africa can sleep with a white person in Europe? Who believe that's a realistic, that's something realistic? It's never gonna happen. It's just a fake fear, basically. And it's phony. You send your son to play for Ohio State, and then he married a white woman, and y'all like, man, you're sorry, but you sent him to a school full of white women. Let me tell you something. I got out of high school, I worked a year at a factory, and I went to Vandercook College of Music. Now, my whole life, I've been like mostly white, black women. I grew up in a black neighborhood, black public school. And even when I went to Lutheran school, it was black girls there, black girls all in high school. So, of course, I'm going to try to talk to the black ones, and the white dude's going to try to talk to the white ones. A year out of school, work at a factory, I go to Vandercook College of Music. Now I'm at Vandercook College of Music. It's not a whole lot of black people there. There's black people there, but it's not a whole lot of them. And I remember an incident where we was having a party, and I bought a bunch of records to help DJ the party, to help the school out. So I'm in the room where the records at and the DJ, and it's like 3 or 4 white girls in there. And one of the white girls is staring at me heavy and kind of like flirting. Now, it had like an attractive element to it, but because I was in Chicago, that attractive element wasn't that powerful. But take that same situation and I'm in Michigan somewhere, or I'm in Arizona somewhere, where it's not a whole lot of black people. And I'm young, I'm 19 or whatever, and I'm at this school, and this white girl got this attraction. You telling me I wouldn't have talked to her? I would have been in a situation where that would have been definitely a go. I wouldn't have been in a black city where I already got a girlfriend and there's a whole bunch of black girls already like me when I leave school. So that's not really no big deal. But if I'm in the middle of nowhere and this woman like me, that's a big deal. Because I got to get the pussy wherever the pussy at. I can't be passing up no pussy where there ain't no replacement pussy. I got to get that. I'm out here in the middle of nowhere. So we sending our sons to the middle of nowhere to go to school in all white states and all white colleges. And then you mad when they marry white ladies. Who they supposed to marry? Athletes are surrounded by whites. Our professional basketball players and stuff, they don't be at no HBCUs. They be at predominantly white colleges. Predominantly white university, PTUs. That's where they be at. So the idea you're going to send these athletes to predominantly white universities and they ain't going to fall in love with a white person is just stupid. It don't make no sense to me. So I'm not going at these Mexicans. I don't do race hate. I don't do that. I don't do that. As a matter of fact, my 2 oldest sons, their mother is black and Mexican. Yeah, their mother was black and Mexican. So they like black on my side and half black and Mexican on their mother's side. My 2 oldest sons. Yeah, their mother was black and Mexican. You don't be paying that shit no attention when you around somebody you like them. That shit don't be meaning nothing. It's just who you be around. Most people talking that they live in Philly or they live in Chicago. They just around all black people all the time. So they make up these belief systems based on who they grow up around. They ain't never been in other places and stuff like that. Yeah, the PW, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, your first girlfriend was Puerto Rican and black. Yeah, I mean everybody's mixed all up anyway. So I don't do race hate. So I'm not gonna do anti-Mexican. That's the point. To get back to what you're talking about, this got nothing to do with being no Mexican or hating on Mexicans or hating on nobody. I think race hate and stuff is ridiculous, right? And I believe what him saying the N word was race hate. I don't believe he was saying it out of love. I think he was saying it to show off in front of his Mexican friends to watch the show, so he can go back and say, "Yeah, I got on this show, and I called them the N-word right on their show, and they didn't do nothing, and I told them to do something about it." That's what I believe. I believe it was race hate. I believe it had a lot to do with so many black people cheering for the Mexicans to be deported. Mind you, just a week or two ago, black people said, throw these Mexicans out. So it's no coincidence that this dude get on this show and let off his anger because he been mad the whole time because black Americans is for deporting them, the illegal ones. And Mexicans is for the illegal ones staying because Mexicans believe that California is theirs anyway and you took it from them. And I always said white Americans is stupid for letting a lot of Mexicans in the country. If you're going to conquer a country and take it, you need to do what you need to do to keep it. Why would you open it back up after you fought Spain all them years and let Spain back in here? Because them ain't Mexicans. That's Spain. Those are Spanish people. Those are white Spanish people. Those aren't indigenous Hispanic people. Those people is white. That guy is white. And he come from a whole land of racism. They don't respect black Latinos in Mexico. Black Afro-Mexicans didn't even get no citizenship until about 2 years ago. They lived in Mexico all that time off to the side without being citizens. They never got to be citizens. It's very racist in Mexico. And the Afro-Mexicans are the ones that fought to help them get that Mexican independence. When you see them with all the Mexican flags, they leader that did that was black. The leader of their military that got independence for Mexico was black. So Mexicans is phony and race haters anyway. They race haters all the way down into Mexico. These are the Afro-Mexicans that they don't want to show you. So they racist down there, been racist down there for a long time. Okay? He didn't just say that. They culture, they Spanish, they Europeans. They don't like black people. They just pretending they using Mexican to pretend that they are third world people to hide the fact they're white. They are Europeans. This man is a European. He's a Spaniard. Don't you see? He don't look like no third world person. He look like a white person from Spain. That's what he is. He's not no culture. And this is what they push in Mexico. This is what he grew up on. This is big in Mexico. So the whole thing, Mexican is just like American. How many Europeans call themselves Americans? But they're Europeans. They Germans. They Polish. They British. They Irish, or they mix, where the Irish man had a baby by the Polish woman. So that's why they became white, because they began to mix. But originally, when they came here, they was Irish, Polish, Italian, but Jewish, all white. But they got to mixing. Italians didn't stay with Italians. Irish didn't stay with Irish. So they breeded out their nationality. That's when they became white. They became white because they breeded out their nationality. So their cultural disappear. You don't have a bunch of Greek restaurants no more. You don't have a bunch of Italian restaurants. There's been whole documentaries and writings about this, where they trying to figure out how can they save Greek food and Greek restaurants. How could they save Italian restaurants and stuff when now they're not pure Italians no more. They're not pure Greeks no more. They used to be pure Greeks, pure Italians, because when you lived in an all-Italian neighborhood. So every girl you met was Italian. If you lived in Greek, you lived in an all-Greek neighborhood. So every girlfriend you meet at school is Greek. You lived in a whole Polish neighborhood. So every girl you meet is Polish. But over the years, those communities disappeared, and it was just a white neighborhood. So now your son just meet a white lady if you have a white son. Because their community slowly disappeared. They got out of them ghettos and put us in them ghettos. All them ghettos we used to be in used to be white ghettos, used to be Polish neighborhoods, Jewish neighborhoods, and Italian neighborhoods. And when they brought us up from the South, when we came up from the South, they put us in their old ghettos where they used to live. That's why when you went there, they still owned the stores, right? In the 60s, Black people moved in these neighborhoods, and it was like Jewish people owned the stores, or Chinese people owned the store. That's because that was their neighborhood before you moved in. They moved out, but they kept the stores there to exploit you when you got there. This is the real history. So now these people, these Mexicans, those not really Mexican, those are Spaniards. Those are European Spanish people, conquerors that conquered the people of Mexico. That was not Mexicans, they was Aztecs, Incas, and Mayans. They breeded them out. There's no such thing as Mexican. There's no such thing as American. There's no such thing as Mexican. That's just the name of the place. That's not the name of the people. That guy is a Spanish guy. He is a white man that speaks Spanish. And a real white one, because some of the Spanish is more olive colored, because I had a couple Spanish girlfriends from Spain, and they not pale like that. They fine too. They beautiful. If you ever see a real women from Spain, they beautiful. Man, oh man, they don't look like British. They don't look nothing like the British people. You know, Europe is big. So Russians look like Russians, and Russia's close to Germany, so Germans and Russians look a little alike. But some of them other ones, they don't look alike like that, because they live in different habitats, different environment, which is going to make you look different. This is a white man that speaks Spanish, but Spanish is from Spain. Spanish ain't, they try to make you think Spanish is like a culture, like African. No, it's not. They try to make it like Mexicans is like a third world people. No, they white people. Mexicans are white people. You know what I'm saying? They speak Spanish. We speak English. We speak a white man's language too. Look at him. Look at his skin color. He a white man saying he could say the N-word whenever he want to say it, trying to dress like us, trying to look like us, trying to rap like us, a culture vulture. Because he down there in Texas. He talk that shit in Chicago, come up here and get the car slipping, he'll get folded over. He'll make it in Mexico. Mexico ain't on nothing. He'll be fine in Mexico. He'll be right at home with the rest of the Europeans. Mexico is full of Europeans. Those are Spanish people in Mexico. I've been to Mexico. Mexico is white people. Those are white people in Mexico. Those are Spanish people. These are the Afro Mexicans. And these are the European Mexicans. It's real simple. Mexico was conquered by the Spanish. He's a Spaniard. That's why they really don't speak much about speaking Spanish, because if they know, they keep saying, well, I speak Spanish, Spanish, Spanish. They know people be like, Spanish is Spain. And you realize they speak in Spanish is a European language. Okay, if you're such a third world person that's something like black, why you speak Spanish? You see, they didn't breed us out. They breeded them out. They didn't breed us out. They made us breed with each other because this dark skin made it where you could pick more cotton and you could take the sun. So the reason black people didn't get breeded out is because they needed you to stay black to take the sun, to pick more tobacco, more sugar, more cotton. So they needed that melanin to work in that sun. He can't work in that sun. He'll get sunburned and be sick and he'll pass away. They had to get somebody that's body can take in all the vitamin D from the sun and it not do nothing to them. It was all scientific. They didn't make you a slave because they hated you. They made you because you was best fit for the job and you grew the best cotton, which they don't want to tell you. The best cotton in the world is Egyptian cotton. And black people in America, 80% of y'all are from Egypt. 80% of y'all are from Egypt. 12%, and guess what? Hebrew Israelites was in Egypt. So out of that 80%, right, about 30% of that 80% is Hebrew Israelites. Because the Egyptians and the Hebrew Israelites started having babies together. They became one people, but they don't want to tell you that. They want you to think that all them fat-ass women came, they had all them babies when Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob came, and they had all them fine, strong black men and women Egyptians, and all them fine black Hebrew Israelites, men and women, and they wasn't having no sex. Wasn't nobody. So if you was the Egyptian brother and you seen the fine Hebrew woman, you wasn't trying to holler at her because the Bible or something. Y'all believe that? Y'all don't believe they were sleeping together? Because Akhenaton's mother was Hebrew and his daddy was Egyptian. They just don't want to tell y'all who y'all is. That's why the Bible give you hints. Princes shall come out of Egypt. Ethiopia shall soon stretch forth her hands unto Jah. And so brothers like this let them steal the culture. He the one saying dude all right and down there cooning so he could sell records to them. But they not going to buy his records They only supporting him to learn how to steal his culture. Once they get this culture, then all them gold in his mouth and stuff, they gonna have the gold in their mouth. They gonna put the gold in their mouth and they gonna do what he trying to do. They gonna take that culture right from him. They not his friends. He's a sucker. Those aren't his friends. Look how he look. They gonna come down there and still look in his mouth. Look in his mouth. Look. All you gotta do is look. Look at his mouth. Look at his mouth. Look at his ring. Look how he coming to steal your culture. He coming to steal your culture. Copying. And he talking all that stuff, but he fat. He can't even fight. That man can't fight. He gonna be tired. So he talking about, I said, what you gonna do about it? And if he got up and he had to go hand to hand, he wouldn't last no time. He'd be out of breath. Y'all believe that man could fight? Knock him out. All I gotta do is stay out his way. All I gotta do is stay out his way. Stick him, stick him, stick him. Don't let him grab me. Give him about 90 seconds. And he'll be huffing and puffing. I'd put him on the ground. That man can't fight. That man got no muscle. He all fat. Just talking. That's all. He just run his mouth talking. Yeah, he too fat. He'd be tired. He was sitting there trying to act like Mr. Tough. When first he looked around and made sure no black dudes was there. Go back and watch it. He looked around. He said, I don't see no black dudes. Right? He said, I wish it was some black dudes here. That was him saying, I see it ain't no black dudes here. So then once he seen there wasn't no black dudes there, that's when he started talking crazy. If it would have been 4 or 5 black dudes right there, he wouldn't have said none of that. He would have been all smiling. He would have played the whole hip-hop, fake rap shit and all that. He was all phony, what he was on, fraud. Then he was tough because there wasn't number of ladies in there. Now, he done stepped in something. They couldn't check him. There wasn't nobody but ladies there. They wasn't going to check him. Go back and watch it. He checked the room. There was nobody there to check him. Go back and go watch it. He made sure there was nobody there. You got to go watch it. He telling on himself. All you got to do is watch it. The MAGA clan got his back. No, they're going to deport him. Hey, you just said anything. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to have to get you out of here. How you going to say the MAGA clan got his back and MAGA going to deport him? Bro, you just, okay. You just said anything. All right, listen. I ain't going to do it right now, but bro, be quiet because you don't even make no sense. Last week, MAGA was throwing Mexicans out. Bro, what you just saying anything, huh? You don't even make no sense. He say MAGA gonna support him. This internet crazy. After 2 weeks of MAGA locking up Mexicans and Mexicans complaining, he said MAGA love Mexicans. and Maka got ice grabbing Mexicans. Man, these people on this internet just be talking. He looked around, yeah. He looked around real good. And then he said, I wish it was some black dudes here. That's what he said. He said he wished. He said, I wish it was some black dudes here. That's what he said after he seen wasn't none there. Yeah, they gonna throw him out too. You know what I'm saying? He made sure it wasn't nothing there. He made sure it wasn't nothing there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? He made sure it wasn't nothing there. He looked around like do. And he told on himself. He said, I wish it was, he said, I wish it was some more black dudes here. See, so when you see that it's some black women sitting there and you see him talking like that in front of the sisters, you can see he's stunting in front of our women. Ain't no black men there. So he gonna stunt in front of the sisters. He was more egregious than anybody know. He said that stuff to some black women in front of some black women. You understand? Bro, stop trolling me, man. Stop trolling me. Stop trolling. What make you think we didn't see you the first time? I can't stand dudes like you get in the chat. I seen the first time and ignored it. And then you just still saying the same stuff. Like something wrong with you. Like you crazy or something. I don't make, man, Trump don't care nothing about that dude. If he ain't got his papers and shit, they gonna throw his ass out of there. Cali Hispanics will wash him up. Maybe. Not really. They doing the same thing in California. Disrespecting. I've been watching some brothers that's associated with no jumper, and they having the same problem in Cali. With Mexicans out there talking crazy. This he ain't the first one. I've been watching this now for a few weeks. Mexicans getting into hip hop talking crazy and brothers getting tired of it. And brothers getting tired of them. They jumping into hip hop and then now they talking crazy. They all in our culture, then talking crazy. You know what I'm saying? They get all in our culture, now they getting too cocky. You know what I'm saying? They get in there. He didn't give himself no pass with nobody there. It was a chump move. He went on a podcast with a number of ladies in there, and one black dude is a cameraman. He looked all around to make sure wasn't nobody there. He was planning to talk crazy. And then he gave it away. He said, I wish it was some black dudes here. What that sound like? What you mean you wish it was some black dudes here? Then wasn't no black dudes there. Then he said, yeah, I'll use the word. What you gonna do about it? But there was nobody there to do nothing about it. Yeah, he said the coast is clear, basically. And he did that in front of black women. Now he gotta come outside. Now he gotta come outside. Now he gotta deal with this all week. He wanted to go viral, he went viral. Now you got to worry about brothers from the Nation of Islam. Now you got to worry about black Hebrew Israelites. Now you got to worry about Pan-Africans. Now you got to worry about revolutionaries. He thought he was just talking in a hip-hop, but he don't know other people watching it that ain't hip-hop. And they going to want to check him when they see him out here. And then Texas blacks, they going to be mad in a few days because they looking like kitty cats. They look like the P word. He make Texas blacks, they look soft. The fact he felt like he could say that, man, Texas and California right now looking like some chumps. Because this has been happening in Cali over the last 3 months and now in Texas. It's like, oh, the black man in Texas and Cali, they punking his ass. They punking him like, we got more numbers than y'all. They let all them people come across the border and now they punking the blacks. Y'all know that's what it is. All them people, they let all them people run up in Texas. They let all them people run up in California, and now they punking the blacks. And we had people in the chat when all of them Venezuelans came to Chicago, they was wishing the same thing on us. They said the Venezuelans were going to come up here and punk us because you got people want to see that. You got a lot of whites that's scared of us that want to see somebody else do something that they punk asses won't do. You understand? So they all came up here. Everybody's watching with all them Chicago comments. Where them Chicago comments at now? I thought y'all said they was going to come up here with some smoke. What happened? What happened is they got chased out of town butt naked. They left because it was too much for them up here. Okay? This the rack. They had to get the fuck out of here. They went to some small cities. They went anywhere. They not here. It's only a few of them here. All them people that came here, they not still here. They gone. It's too cold. This the windy city. This ain't the city that you eat Wendy's. You got to be built for the people and the weather. You can't come to Chicago. This ain't Texas. This ain't California. Boy, you got to be a gorilla polar bear to come to Chicago and deal with this weather. It's hardcore. We get down winter, spring, summer, and fall. They only get out in hot weather. And our gangs, we not Crips or Bloods, so we standing on business with our gangs. They never dealt like this. Not California gangs. Chicago gangs is the #1 gangs in the country. We don't got all that. We don't do all that. It's just cut and dry here. Ain't no GDs can take him in when the other GDs don't like him. If the other GDs don't like you, no GDs gonna like you, period. It ain't like the Crips. Certain Crips take you in, other Crips now. We don't do all that. The Crips need to get their shit together. You got too many different type of Crips. You know what I'm saying? Some Chicago gangsters is educated, but we got crash dummies though. We got niggas don't know nothing. We got gang members, man, that's 25 that read at like the 6th grade level. They'll do you dirty. They not educated. They ain't got no education. They ain't even went to school. Up in that county jail. Man, they ain't educated up in that county jail. You come here and you Mexican, first you gotta deal with the Puerto Ricans. The Puerto Ricans don't like Mexicans. You gotta come first thing you gotta deal with the Latin King. You see who running the school. Ain't nobody go, these kids don't go, these motherfuckers don't go to school. Chicago, young black men in Chicago be, by the time they freshman year come, they out of school. They don't go to school. These shorties don't go to school. The SDs, yeah, but they mostly got to worry about the LKs. The LKs is the problem. Yeah, the LKs is the problem. But, you know, the whole thing is the problem. If he said that shit in Chicago, it'll be a wrap for him as soon as he gets seen outside. In Chicago, The regular blacks will be on his bumper. In Chicago, the Nation of Islam will be on his bumper. The Hebrew Israelites will be at his bumper. All of the black politicians and black political, they will be on his ass. It wouldn't just be the gangs. If he said some shit like that in Chicago, he'll make the news here for a couple days. The mayor will be looking at him crazy. If he did that goofy ass shit in this black ass city, he talks some shit like that. All the Hispanics would be at him because he'll put them in danger. Because the young motherfuckers, they ain't gonna say him. They gonna say they. Man, they be talking crazy they. They gonna say they. So I mean, everybody look like him and be stereotyped. They won't be happy about that. So the fact, I don't know what they doing down in Texas and California. They lames. They need to get I don't know, man. They need to get themselves together. They politics when it comes to gangs is all messed up. They got no type of nothing, structure or nothing. They ain't got no gang structure or nothing. You can just do anything in Cali. No, he come to Chicago and say some shit like that. Yeah, chase him out this city. Where he gonna go after he say that? He can't go nowhere, man. He be outside. They be like, ain't that dude? That's what they gonna say. You talk to dozens of folks in the shop, right? But it's millions of people in the shop. So them dozens of people, I mean, in a city of millions, you know what I'm saying? So in a city of millions, them dozens, they all right. But they just represent the dozens. They don't represent the millions. He not gonna he gonna get a little bit of their attention, but because he a gang member, Leon, he gonna get gang attention. That's what I'm trying to tell you. He a gang member. If he come here, he gonna get gang attention. Yeah, he gonna get attention of the working people and stuff too, but he would get gang attention. If he was in Chicago and said, "I'll say it," and ain't nobody gonna do nothing about it, he would get gang attention. That's what I'm trying. He's not getting no straight black attention. That's gonna be third or fourth. The main attention he'll get talking grimy like that, he gonna get gang attention. Them shorties gonna go on Instagram and start saying, "Wait till we see you." Woo woo woo. Instagram gonna be going crazy. These shorties gonna go live. We see your hook ass, bitch ass, hook ass, woo 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 woo. Instagram be going live. They'll be going live telling them when they see him and everything. They'll go make drill songs about him and everything. They'll drill him. He'll be the ask for it. Man, ain't no specific people. Them shorties will get him. It wouldn't be no specific. It wouldn't be no specific. It'd be individuals. It wouldn't be no specific. It wouldn't be like what he said wouldn't call for no gang to go at him. It would just be specific people that just don't like it. It wouldn't be no gangs and say, "Hey, get together as a gang. He said this." No, it'll be individual niggas watch and say, "Man, y'all see this hook ass niggas, goof ass." Them the ones gonna get out. It ain't gonna be organized. It ain't gonna be organized, Leon. It's gonna be shorties that's gonna get at him. His biggest problem is gonna be like right away the Nation of Islam be on it though. Right away. Right away. In Chicago, he said that, I'll be on him fast. The NOI will be on him. If he said that in Chicago, the NOI be on him fast. He wouldn't be able to do no shows or nothing. In Chicago, you don't got no protection from nobody unless they all could get in your car. So that's why I'm trying to tell you, Leon, in Chicago, ain't no protection. The only protection you gonna have is if you got your strap on you and who in the car with you. Ain't nobody get with it. When they after you, groups is out of there. It's not a group thing. It's some personal shorty that gonna have a beef with you, or somebody drive around see you. Say, "Hey, go that hook ass nigga right there." That's how it'll go. It'll be straight individual. Won't be no gang or nothing. A whole bunch of individuals that get pissed in Chicago. Wouldn't be no gang. It wouldn't be like the GDs. No, it wouldn't go like that. In Chicago, it'd be individuals that seen them say that shit. You know what I'm saying? And it'd be shorties that see them say that shit because they the only ones pay attention to that type of stuff. So what would happen in Chicago is that he would say that, but then all the Chicago Instagram people would post it. Hold on. That's how he would get in trouble in Chicago. Hold on, watch. Let me show you. That's how he would get in trouble in Chicago. Chicago Ghetto 3. Chicago Ghetto 3 will post it. And then everybody will see it. The Chicago Wave will post it. Everybody will see it. That's where that's where he would be in a lot of trouble. Instagram. Because Instagram the one posting it now. This way is problem. This way is problem. This way is problem happen, Leo. Because they the only ones pay stuff like they. Everybody else don't pay attention to stuff like that. They'll just blow it off. The troublemakers that be on this stuff. Chicago Ghetto 3 and the other one, Chicago Wave. This would be his problem. This is where his problem. This is where his problem would come from, Leon. Because nobody else would care. This is where all the problem is at. Okay? That's where his problem would be at. And my man, let me see my man. I'm gonna show you everybody that would make his problem. He'll have problems. Hold on. Batman and them. This way his problems would come from. This would be his problem. This group right here. These shorties would be his problem. SGB Batman he'd have problems. Because they'll all get on there. And all of the crazies watch them. Okay? They would be on his bumper. And then whatever they say was spread. It was spread through the city like hotcakes. Nobody else would care. The ones that like to keep up shit, bro and them, if he came in talking crazy, they'll be looking for him. Because that's all they do. And everybody that watch him or see it. So it's like when they go live, Leon, they all come in alive. It's a bunch of them. And they got like their whole own network, Leon. And so if he go live, all of the troublemakers come into that live. Know what I'm saying? All the troublemakers would come into that live. And now, because he gang, he'll have their full undivided attention because he a gang member. But see, he couldn't come here and be no Crip. He couldn't come here and be no Crip. When I was in the county jail, that's how everybody got bounced from my deck. Because the finball they whooped the blood. Broke his jaw, broke his ribs and everything. They bounced everybody off the deck. Because the blood came to the county jail. And if you're a blood and you come to Chicago, you got to ride with the finball. But he rode with the GDs. But the GDs are 6, the GDs is blue. See, Chicago is still blue and red, quiet as it kept. So the finball is basically red, ride with the Bloods, and the GDs is blue and ride with the Crips. Well, he was red, a blood, and he came messing with the Crips, and the Crips robbed him and took all his shit. So when the Crips robbed him and took all his shit, he went to my guys, the finball in them, for assistance, and they whooped him in my cell. But I didn't know none of this was happening. I was out playing cards. I didn't know nothing until they beat him up really, really bad. He was a blood. And they was like, you were supposed to come to us anyway. So they whooped him real bad, real bad. I didn't know. I could have protected the brother. I didn't know. So then they came and stopped me from playing cards. I don't know, because he a goofy talk. They stopped me from playing cards and said, Pharaoh, come here. And then I went into my cell, because you share a cell. So the man that had my cell, he called it. So they whooped him in my cell, which really wasn't my cell. It was Mike's cell. He ran the whole deck. But it was my cell too, but that's where they whooped him at. So because I'm real, diplomatic and all that, they said, go get Pharaoh. So they went and got me and they say, Joe, go down there and talk him out of telling. They said, Pharaoh, we whooped dude because he was messing with them GDs and BDs and he a blood. And he was supposed to be messing with us. And then after they did him dirty, he tried to come to us. So we whooped him bad. So he told me, Pharaoh, go talk him out of going to the lieutenant. So I'm like, all right. So I started walking down there. And when I got to his cell and I turned the corner, blood was everywhere. His eye was swollen up. He was fucked up. So I backed up so he wouldn't see me. I went back and said, I ain't going in there. I went and looked. I backed up. I went back. I said, I'm not going in there. Y'all crazy. I'm not going in there. And I was right, too, because after I told him I'm not going a couple times, boom, 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 everybody on the ground. They hit the whole tip. All 80 to 100 of us, get on the ground. Boom. They brought everybody out in the hallway. You in the hallway in your drawers. Take all them DOCs off. Leave them in there. Come out in your socks in your drawers. Like that. If you ain't been in that type of gangster stuff like homicide, like slavery for real, if you ain't been in that type of action, boy, you don't know. So we all sitting out there in the hallway in our underwear and socks. And then they rolled him up in the wheelchair I think his arm was broke. He was all crooked. Blood was everywhere. And they rolled him up. And he said, who did this? And he said, you. He pointed out the guys. He didn't point me out. But if I would have went in the room, right, and told him, he would have pointed me too. He pointed everybody out. And then we went back to our cell. I'm a brand new vice lord on the cell with a whole bunch of GDs and BDs and black stones and vice lords and some like kings, and they bounced all the vice lords off the deck except me. They locked us up too. We was locked in our cells for about probably a week. And they took all the guys, all my guys, they sent them all to the hole. They sent them all to the hole except me. So I'm on lockdown in here. I'm the only finball in here with all GDs and BDs. I think they got the Blackstones out of there too. It wasn't nobody on the fire in there. Now, I don't think they got the Blackstones. I think they bounced all the vice lords. Yeah. And I was the only Four Corner Hustler vice lord there in the whole thing. With all them GDs and BDs. Them motherfuckers teased me for 2-3 days. They're like, what's up now, Pharaoh? They bounced all the cops. We was locked up, though. They say, man, they teased me for 3 days. What's up now, Pharaoh? You talking all that vice lord shit? What's up now? That's what they would say. All the folks teased me for 3 days. What's up now, Pharaoh? I say, you know what it is? This almighty vice lord nigga, 4CH nigga forever. They was crying. They said, hey, nigga, this nigga a fool. What you say, Pharaoh? What's up now? They want me to say it again. Nigga, it's almighty, nigga. And there by myself, they was crying. They was crying. Oh, man, they was crying. They're like, this nigga crazy. They was crying because I had just became a vice lord. Oh, my story crazy. I had just became vice lord. Shit. I didn't even know the vice lord shit yet. I don't even know no vice lord shit yet. They didn't get to teach me nothing. Everybody got bounced before I got indoctrinated. Ain't that crazy? I got dreadlocks. Nobody got dreadlocks. Them niggas made me a vice lord and I ain't no shit. When I tell some of the guys that shit, they can't believe it. They be crying. They say, you lying. I'm like, nah, they made me a vice lord. Because the nigga that ran the vice lords liked me. It had nothing to do with me. I didn't, you know what I'm saying? I'm cool, motherfucker like me. So he made me a vice lord. Hey, my book gonna be fire. Oh, man. So then finally they bought a whole bunch of more vice lords over there and let us out. They bought a bunch of vice lords over there and let us out. After a couple of days, they was like, dude downstairs, man. I ain't gonna say his name. They're like, dude downstairs in the bullpen. They finna bring him up here. And everybody started shaking. And they started saying, they're gonna bring dude up here. Then they're gonna bring dude up here. Like that. So about a couple hours later, they brought dude up there. And when he came up there, he said, all the vice lords to the bottom deck. And I guess he was the man. And he was like, Joe, I ain't gonna play with y'all. Get out of order. I'm gonna knock your noodles out your shit. Woo, 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 woo. That's how he was talking to all of them. They were scared of dude too. They were scared of dude. I didn't know who the fuck he was, but they were scared of him. I mean, with these dreadlocks, don't nobody know no dreadlock. So then, when he was in there after a couple of days, they came and they raided, and they made us go sit in the hallway again, and I had to sit next to him. So he took some substances out his underwear and he pushed it over to me. Cause they finna search. If you get caught with it, that's another 7 years. Now this the big man everybody's scared of. I'm new. I'm a brand new vice lord. I'm there. He pushed the stuff to me. But I wasn't in there for selling bubble gum. I wasn't in there because I was no Girl Scout. I was in there because I was dangerous than a motherfucker. That's why dude made me a vice lord. He didn't make me I was dangerous. I was that already. With or without them. That's the part he didn't know, so I pushed it back. Bitch nigga, you crazy. He pushed it back. I pushed that shit back. Fuck wrong with you. But what you think this is? I'm looking at him like, in the world, I'll do you outside. I'm going to do you in here if you keep playing. You know what I'm saying? That's how I'm looking at him. Like, dude, do you know what I'm in here? Do you know? Did he try to press me? Afterwards, they searched everybody. They didn't find him on them. And when I got back inside, they was all in my cell. They was all in my cell, and he wanted them to whoop me. They was all in my cell. And when I came to my cell, they surrounded me. It was like court. He wanted them to whoop me on my cell. But it's rules and regulations. So he talked first, dude, you're in violation, woo, woo, woo. They're going to give me a violation. They're going to beat me up in here. You know what I'm saying? I'm a brand new vice lord, too. And they just all came over here. None of them, I wasn't locked up with none of them, so I don't really know none of them. They going to whoop me in here. But you get to talk, though. So they said, bah, 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 bah. And because they scared of him, whatever he say, finna go. So they said, okay, what you got to say for yourself, Lord? I said, well, you selling that dope with the BDs. So that ain't vice lord business. And they got quiet. Because he was selling the dope with a BD. He trying to violate me on some vice lord business. I said, you selling that dope with the BD. That ain't vice lord business. It got quiet. All the guys say, he right. He right. He right. This ain't vice lord business. That was the end of that. Bitch nigga, I just became a vice lord, but I've been a gangster and a killer. Boy, you got me fucked up. You know what I'm saying? And so after that, he still, he didn't like me too much. So it's like about a week after that, my dreads is down, to my thighs. And he say to me, Pharaoh, I'll knock them dreads out your shit. And I'll be like, my dreads down to my thighs. Ain't no motherfucker knocked them out yet. My shit way down here. Ain't no motherfucker knocked them out yet. So then we became friends. Matter of fact, I'm his son's godfather. We became, you know what I'm saying? Bitch nigga, let me tell you something. Nigga, you know what I'm in here for, nigga? Yeah, y'all vice lords and all this shit, but y'all at the bottom. Nigga, I'm in here, okay? I'm plugged at the top, nigga. I'm not looking at 8 to 40 because I'm no motherfucker for y'all to play with, okay? I'm looking for 8 to I'm looking at 8 to 40. You're only looking at 2 years. The police say I'm armed and extremely dangerous. What they say the fuck you is. But if you don't stop fucking playing with me, you know what I'm saying? The fuck out of here. I'm not in here for selling Girl Scout cookies, bitch. I'm really that. I'm a problem in here. You know what I'm saying? I'm the bad guy. I'm the real bad guy. Y'all kind of bad. You know what I'm saying? But y'all ain't fucking with the level of niggas I'm fucking with. Let me make a call outside and the word gonna come in here from the top. Okay? Y'all little niggas. What y'all got? A couple rocks and shit? Fuck out of here. The fuck? We became boys and shit. So they used to have a little room and they would go in there and snort stuff and get high. So when he snorted the heroin and he was nodding, right? I got in his ear and say, see, bitch, nigga, you know what I'm saying? He was real, real high. And he was in the room and he was nodding and shit. And I don't do drugs. So when he was nodding and shit, I was in his ear. I was like, see, look at you, motherfucker. Look at you, motherfucker, talking shit to me. Look at you. Look at you. I can fuck you up right now. Look at you. Stop it. You ain't it. Ooh, I was all in his ear. He was like, I love you, Pharaoh, man. I love you, man. I know you love me, bitch nigga. Watch who the fuck you playing with, bitch nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like hypnosis. I know when he come off his high, he ain't gonna remember, right? So I did like hypnosis on him while he was nodding. So I was all in his ear telling him, woo, woo, woo. You hoe ass nigga, watch who the fuck you be playing with. I'll do you in here. Look at you now. Look at you. Look at you, sloppy. You ain't no leader. Ooh, I was all in his ear. You know what I'm saying? Really, I could have, you know what I'm saying? I could have stuck him in there. You know what I'm saying? You don't got to have no lot of muscles. That's it, to the neck. It's a wrap. Muscle man. You know what I'm saying? Your neck need to do some pull-ups. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Your neck, you know what I'm saying? I'm not finna fuck with all these muscles, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Your neck is soft, bro, and you high. You know what I'm saying? You don't gotta wake up. So after that, I think I was the number 2 man in there. After that, you couldn't even look at me wrong. He run in there. Hey, man, y'all miss Pharaoh. You know what I'm saying? I keep trying to tell him. You know what I'm saying? After that, I was cool. But one reason I was cool, because I didn't do that type of shit. I didn't do intimidation. I didn't do nothing. Everybody get fed. Everybody got roll-ups. When I was running this shit, because I ran the deck, because he was like rank. And when they got that kind of rank, they can't run it. They like guest. So he like a 5-star. So he like a guest. So it means it's my deck, whoever been there the longest. So it's really my deck. But I'm a hustler. So I would go down by 5 packs of roll-ups, 10 packs of roll-ups, come up. They got a box where you put roll-ups in the box so the brothers could smoke. I put 2 packs of roll-ups in the box. Boom, the brothers could smoke. I take 5 packs, give them to the Latin Kings, which means next Thursday they got to give me 10. So I get them 5 packs of roll-ups. Now they got to give me double. They got to give me 10. I save 3 till they run out. I get the brothers the other 3. They smoking. My man, Pharaoh. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing like them all got to have it. I'm surprised at cigarettes. Some niggas like, man, Pharaoh, man, I love you so much, Pharaoh. They smoking because they know Big Pharaoh doing it. But I'm coming up because next week, the Latin Kings got to give me 10 packs of roll-up. Then I buy another 5. So now I got 15 packs of roll-ups. So now I get a brothers 5 packs of roll-ups. I get a Latin Kings to 10. Because what happened is they go to the store on Thursday. So everybody go to the store, go to commissary, they smoking. By the time Sunday come, Monday, they out. So I would wait till Monday, everybody out in Jones. I'd be like, I got some roll-ups. Boom, hit the box for all the Finball, all the Vice Lords and Blackstones and shit. Then I would give the Latin Kings 10. And it's Monday. So Thursday, they got to give me 20 packs of roll-ups. So now I got 20 packs of roll-up and the 5 I buy. I got 25 packs of roll-ups. I give the brothers 10 packs of roll-ups. I'm like Jesus Christ in that bitch. Niggas is happy as hell. I got bags of chips and shit I can't even eat. I give them 2 bags full of potato chips and donuts and shit. I ain't eating this shit. I'm getting big money. My queen outside still collecting my bread. So I'm getting the whole $50 every week on my commissary. A lot of brothers ain't getting no commissary. But my queen's still out there taking care of my business. I'm still getting money on the streets. Lots of it. So I took care of everybody. So I was most loved. If you was a neutron, if you came in there and you wasn't in no gang and I was there, nobody gonna touch you. Nobody can touch you. Leave the brothers alone. We don't beat up our own people. We don't fuck with nobody. Leave motherfuckers alone. I didn't allow you to fuck with nobody. If you came on my deck, you did not have to be no gang. You a black brother, nobody finna touch you under my orders. Leave the brother alone. We all got to go to court. We already got to fight the system. So all this other shit, fuck all that. We all locked up together. We all got on DOCs. We all prisoners of war. So how you going to let somebody else lock you up and then come fight each other? Why y'all don't fight the motherfuckers that locked us up in here? That's what I was standing on. So everybody loved me because we playing cards, watching TV, having fun, exercising, having a good time. Ain't no fights, ain't no beating up, ain't none of that shit. We not doing none of that. We not doing no beating up and all that. We ain't doing that shit. We trying to go home. We ain't in prison. We in the county jail. Niggas trying to make bail. Motherfuckers want to go see their baby mama, see their wife. Nobody want to be keeping up with all that motherfucking shit. I need it quiet around this motherfucker. The brothers was like, bet. Then we had a situation where every time it's time to go to the barbershop, all the big gangsters go and sign up to go to the barbershop. I cut that shit short. I'm like, let me see this barbershop paper. Nah, this shit, throw this shit away. I threw this shit in the garbage. They're like, what you want, Pharaoh? I like, everybody got to go to court this week. Come up here. Okay, sign and go to the barber. I said, the people that go to the barber is the one got to go in front of the judge. What the fuck you going for the barber for and you ain't got to go in front of the judge? You going to let this brother go in front of the judge with his hair all messed up? All the brothers said, that's some decent ass shit though. Everybody said, you know what? Hell yeah. I said, you go to the barber before you, if you got to go see the judge, that's the brothers that get to go to the barber. The fuck you going to the barber for and you ain't got to see the judge and you leave the other brother hair all fucked up and he got to go see the judge. Y'all on some bullshit. The only people go to get a barbershop is the ones got to go see the judge get on the list first. Then if that list is done, then y'all can, everybody, other people can get on there. But I'm not going to have a bunch of brothers that ain't got to go in front of the judge. Lead the brothers got to go in front of the judge raggedy. Y'all on some bullshit. They said, bet that. And I always got my way because there's a lot of brothers coming in and out there, getting in trouble on the streets, coming back, getting in trouble. But there's niggas in there from the penitentiary. There's penitentiary, big penitentiary homies in there, violation of parole and shit. And all the penitentiary niggas was like, tell them, Pharaoh. Make this shit make some sense, man. You know what I'm saying? Because the penitentiary niggas is different than the county jail niggas. The penitentiary niggas don't like all that. They like it quiet and peaceful. Penitentiary niggas don't be on that rah-rah. They be like, y'all arguing over the text, stay over the TV. That's the state's TV. That's the state's TV. That ain't y'all TV. You know, so the OGs, the real OGs, they was like, whatever Pharaoh, you heard what he said. You gotta go to court. You go to the barber. He on some real shit. Y'all on some hoe ass shit. Like that. He in here looking out. Straight up. Like that. What the fuck, bro? You a gangster? You want to go to the barbershop just to sit in here, and the other brother gotta go to the judge, and you gonna leave his hair like that? Cause he a neutron or whatever? Y'all want that man to go to jail? So that touch everybody's heart. Cause everybody want to go home. So everybody like, you right though. Everybody want to go home. That's how you keep peace in the county jail. Remind them, hey y'all, we trying to go home. We not in here to fight over this shit. Y'all want to stay? That's why y'all want to fight over this shit? I thought we trying to go home. Everybody agree with that. Hell yeah, I'm trying to get the fuck out of here. I did. Concentrate on going home. What the fuck? What the fuck? Concentrate on going home. Period. The white boys came in there, leave them alone. Hey, one time, 3 mafias came in there. On my soul. Hey, it was tripped out. They opened it and 3 white dudes came. They were straight mafia, straight gangsters, some older white dudes. And they came in and they went to one of the tables and they sat there and they was talking to each other. Nobody said nothing to them. Man, before you blink, they was out of there. Somebody made their bell. Man, I ain't never seen nobody get out of there that fast. Man, and nobody said a word. What else was crazy is they all 3 got sent to the same deck. You know how powerful? Because a lot of times you go in there 3, they're going to say, you here. Nope. They sent all 3 of them to the same deck. They came in. You could tell they was gangsters. Real mafioso. They was real gangsters. The outfit. Yeah, they came in. They was real gangsters. Nobody said nothing. Nobody went over there and said nothing. It was tripped out. And next thing you know, they was gone. Before they got in there, you blink and they was gone. They was walking out. Man, ain't nobody say shit to them. They look like hitmen or something. They don't look like normal people. That's how you know they was bad guys. They did not look like normal white men. You know what I'm saying? They didn't look normal. They didn't look normal. They look, you know, it's crazy how their occupations really show up. Like you could really tell these was not no motherfuckers to play with. Their whole aura, the way they looked, the way they came in there, you could tell. Nobody said shit. Everybody act like they ain't seen them, really. They ain't look like the guys you can go over there and introduce yourself or nothing. Just going over there trying to talk to them probably be a problem. Seriously. It didn't look like you need to say nothing. You know what I'm saying? Because if it looked like you would say something, I sure would have been the first motherfucker went over there. But nah, it looked like, you know what I'm saying? It looked like don't go over there. You know what I'm saying? And they was busted up at the table sitting there talking, you know what I'm saying? It was deep, man. It was like a movie. Next thing you know, it's like, so, and they walked out. It was like they hadn't even been in there. They wasn't there that night. They wasn't there that night. They came in and they went out. You know how hard it is to get out that quick? It take all day to get you out of there. If your wife come to pay for you to get out at 5 o'clock, you might not get out till 12 at night. Man, them dudes was in and out. That means somebody big came and said, let them out now. Not no hours later. The fast process these motherfuckers to get them gone on. It was tripped out. No, their case got thrown out. Probably the police that arrested them probably got in some trouble too. You arrested the wrong motherfuckers, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, man. I was in there 4 months, man. I got arrested in the summertime. When I got out, it was snowing. My wife come down the street, my Cadillac. I get in my Cadillac. It's all dirty. I was mad as hell. She ain't white. She ain't. Man, they done tore up my rug. How the fuck y'all trashed this car in 4 months like this? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I ain't never watched Medea. You a dude? You watch Medea? Oh, okay, pause. I don't ever watch stuff like that, so I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I don't watch that. That's your favorite show? This nigga talking about he watched Medea and shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't know about no goddamn Medea. What the fuck? Yeah, he watched Medea. You know what I'm saying? So he try to put me with some shit he be watching. Bro, I ain't got nothing to do with what you be watching. You know what I'm saying? Your ass out here. I don't know what the fuck you talking about, bro. There's some weirdos on social media. I could never spend my time doing weird shit like that on social media. I don't know. Probably just trolling, ain't got nothing to do. You know what I'm saying? Medea face head. Oh, okay. You gotta work on your jokes, bro. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you gotta work on your jokes. You gotta get something to do too. You gotta get some kind of life, bro. You shouldn't be wasting your life like this, man. You know what I'm saying? You gotta get a life, you know? Yeah, you gotta get a life, bro. You gotta find something better to do with your life. Add some better jokes. Your jokes. Yeah, I'm not your unc. I don't know your unc. I don't know your auntie, your mama, none of that. We not friends. I don't know you. If them is jokes, I mean, you gotta get some better jokes. Now that you block, you can work on your jokes and find somebody that want to hear them. Somebody will listen to you. Don't worry. You'll still be able to be a loser. you'll still have opportunities to troll do loser stuff. I can't block you off of YouTube, so you'll be able to accomplish your mission. Do I hate Mexicans? What do you mean, do I hate Mexicans? I don't know what you mean. What you mean, do I hate Mexicans? Like, may hate Mexicans how? I don't even know no Mexicans to hate, except the Mexicans be doing my tires in my car. They cool as hell. So I don't know how you take some Mexican disrespecting black people and try to flip it and say, do I hate Mexicans, instead of checking this guy that disrespect black people. You know what I'm saying? I don't think about Mexicans, so I don't understand what you're talking about. I don't get up, bro. When I get up, why would I get up thinking about Mexicans? I'm confused. You be just thinking about people like that? Because I don't be thinking about that kind of stuff. So how are you confusing me? I can't see why I would get up thinking about Mexicans. Pause. I don't know. I don't know. You asking me some weirdo. You sound weird. There's no Mexicans in my life, so I don't know what I would be thinking about. I'm talking about this Mexican that's a racist. What you think about this Mexican that's you calling us the N-word and all that when he not black? What you think about that? See, people like you, y'all negative. Because instead of you checking this Mexican, right, so go check your boy and shut up talking to me. Go check this dude right here. Tell him to keep the N-word out of his mouth. He not black, okay? Now, you not going to check your own people. You're going to try to come ask me something when one of your Mexican compadres is all on social media saying if he call us the N-word, what we going to do about it? But now you want to question me. Well, don't be questioning me, man. You know? Don't be questioning me. I don't give a fuck what you think about me because I don't get out here disrespecting Mexicans. I ain't never said nothing about Mexicans. So I don't know what you're talking about. And the difference between me and you is that I'm never gonna watch you or deal with you. That's the difference between me and you. The difference between me and you is I'm not finna entertain you at all. That's the main difference between us. We ain't the same. That's the main difference. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna entertain you, bro. Like that. What, you crazy? That's not gonna never happen, bro. 589958. I don't be wasting time, dude, like that. Trying to talk to you, trying to I be trying to talk to you, bro, wasting time talking to you. You crazy. It's a block party. Goodbye. I wish I would. I'm not finna talk to you, man, about this stuff, man. You crazy. You ain't gonna check your boy. You know what I'm saying? Don't come over here talking to me. That's why you say what I think about Mexicans. I don't be talking to Mexicans like that. I don't know no Mexicans like that to be talking to, except the dudes that be fixing my car when I got flats and stuff. They cool. You ask me what I think about Mexicans, bro. I get up and I live my down, get up, think about no Mexicans. This guy made the news media. I don't like him, but I don't think he represent Mexicans. I think he just represent him. I do know a lot of Mexicans is racist though. You going to Texas soon? Okay. Good luck. You know what I mean? Have a good time. That's all I could tell you. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, have a good time in Texas. What you want me to say? I'm not really looking for no friends like that. If we ain't got no friends already, I ain't looking for none. I don't see no benefit in making friends with black people, making friends with other people like that that's not even in our lives that we ain't gonna never see. So all that's like make believe stuff. You get up, you go to work, you come home. You know, you go, you deal with your family. So all them racial questions is ridiculous because our lives don't be racial. Our lives be basic. Go to work, take care of your family. So ask me about Mexicans, like my life is entangled around Mexicans just sound weird. My life don't really got nothing to do with Mexicans. Yeah, my life ain't got nothing to do with Mexicans. There's no Mexicans in my life, so I'm kind of confused. Go check your boy that's talking crazy. That's what you do. And blacks in Texas. You know what I'm saying? Okay, well, what you telling me for? You know what I'm saying? And what's that supposed to mean to me? You know what I'm saying? So I don't know what you're talking about. You just trolling. I don't know what none of that means. You can need to get a life, I'll tell you that. Mexicans ain't helping you much. If you just got here, how you thought that's what we was talking about, and you just got here. You don't know what we was talking about. And we wasn't talking if you just got here. You know what I'm saying? If you just got here, we wasn't talking. I was talking. And we ain't talking about Mexicans. We talking about this guy. He's not Mexicans. He's that Mexican OT. That's his name. So we're talking about this guy. We're not talking about Mexicans. And we saying this guy right here disrespecting black people. And he shouldn't be disrespecting black people. Now you ain't gonna stand against him disrespecting black people. You just trying to see what the black people saying. But go check your own people or go check this Mexican you love so much and tell him he can't be saying the N word like that and disrespecting black people. He not black. Just like we can't call him the S word. We cannot call Mexicans the S word. They can call each other the S word. So they should not be using the N word. We not tight. They're not family like that. So tell all your Mexican friends stop using the N word before it be some problems. that they don't want. That's all. Tell them stop using the N word. We're not going to take no disrespect. And we're not going to trust you to make sure we don't get disrespected either. That's something we got to do on our own. It's up to us to get respect. We can't deal on no other people to get respect for black Americans. We got to get our own respect. And we can't ask nobody should we get respect or depend on you to decide how we should function based on something happening with us. We'd be stupid to ask you. Why would we ask you to get in our business and think how we supposed to think about somebody disrespecting us? When most times a lot of you people disrespect black people in this country. Very few of you have any respect for us, but you love our culture and you love the money we can make the country and you love that we built the country with free labor, but you don't got no love for us. You just got love for what you can get out of us. You know, a lot of times you don't love us, but you want to rap like us, you want to dance like us. Every word we make up, you want to steal it, you want to dress like us, and don't even like us. That's the world we live in. We live in a world where everybody want to do like us and be like us, but don't want to be like us. They don't want to be us, but they want to be like us. But leave us as the blacks to take all the dirt. But you want to take the culture, but you don't want to take the vulture. You know, they don't want the bad stuff happen to us. They want the good things we bring to the table. They don't want to be us, but they want our culture. They want to dance like us. They want to rap like us, but they not you. They make it clear, I'm not you, but I'll take your stuff and I'll do everything you do. Matter of fact, after a while, I'll pretend I made it. After a while, I pretend I invented it, and that is my culture, basically. Because black people create the most culture in the world. Them other people ain't creating shit that nobody give a fuck about. Ain't nobody care nothing about Mexican music. Mexican music ain't popping. Iranian music ain't doing nothing. Chinese music ain't nothing. European music ain't really doing nothing. Black music is the number one music in the world. To be honest with you, you got some white music that do all right though. I ain't gonna say they don't have no music because I went to see Steel Pulse and do it reggae, and I went to see Pink Floyd and all them, Led Zeppelin and all them. They had some good music, but people just steal from black people. Don't got no respect for us. They don't be having respect for black people. They just use us, and that's why Almighty God gonna destroy everything they got. Cause God ain't they race like that. God ain't on their side. Well, that's the part they got to figure out. You could paint God, you could paint Jesus that color, but that don't mean he that color. Just because you painted that shit, that don't mean that's real. So you can paint all them depictions of religious people and make them be your race or whatever. But that don't mean they is. What's going on, Eve? I ain't heard from you in a minute. I said somebody been busy. Tell your mom I said kisses. You know what I'm saying? But when it really boiled down to it, we could kind of be like on our own. It's just amazing how everybody want us to be so nice. It's just us. We're the only ones that's pressured to be nice to everybody. It's unbelievable. While everybody else is an asshole. It's crazy. Yeah, Tammy, how you doing, sweetheart? I seen you looking all cute and everything. You gonna mess around and get it, baby. Keep on looking good and playing. I'm gonna have to pop out there. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's always under pressure on us to be the nice ones, to bend over and all that. Yeah, that's unfortunate. They shouldn't be shooting each other and all that type of stuff. It shouldn't be no beef. It shouldn't be no beef between different races and stuff like that. I don't see where that do no good. I don't think it should be no beef or no hate, but I think black people need to concentrate on themselves. Black people need to have some more serious economical mind state to try to buy more black. I've been saying it for the longest. Black people need to get some gas stations. We need to start right there. Like going to somebody else to put gas, and gas is very much necessary. And for us to have to go pull up to these gas stations, and it's never us, seems to be the main problem to me. Because everything you got to get gas, you got to go in your car, and that's like the most vital business that I don't know what's going on with that. If we get the gas stations, it would change our whole community would change. We could de-gentrify our neighborhood if we got the gas stations. I don't know why none of the Farrakhan's or none of these big mouth leaders, they don't never say nothing like that. Dr. Umar, all them fraudulent leaders, they never have us do nothing strong and tangible. Not one gas station. Farrakhan talk all that shit and he ain't bought one gas station. And he represent Islam, but we got to go to Arab Islam to get gas. And the black Muslims ain't got no gas station. That's confusing. How you under Allah, you in the same religion as these people, but these people control our neighborhood and you ain't doing nothing about it. Like they scared of them. I think the Nation of Islam scared of that Arabic Islam. Elijah Muhammad was fighting against Arabized Islam. Farrakhan and them that went like lapdogs right back to him. Sold us down the drain. We ain't seen a penny from the marijuana march. I mean the Million Man March. We ain't seen a penny. Where all that money went. You know how you support somebody? I love Minister Farrakhan. You support him, support him, support him. And they get old and retire, and then you start saying, well, what did you ever do? And then you look back and say, God damn. Nigga ain't never did shit. You know what I'm saying? All them years I supported Farrakhan, and at the end of the road where he at now, where he finna sit down, and you go back and try to look at his record, and his record, he got a fail, he got an F. He didn't do nothing for the black community. Not a goddamn thing. But talk and raise money for his movement. He ain't did shit. I could have did nothing. I should have been Minister Carafon, Minister Carafon. I could have got up there and talk bullshit and collect money all them years. I don't know, that's just me. You know what I'm saying? Unbelievable. Didn't do shit. You ain't supposed to say that, though. Because he's so great. Because he made great speeches all over the place. Because when he gone, all he gonna leave is speeches on YouTube. That's all Farrakhan gonna leave us. Is speeches. That's what he contributed. All that shit he was talking. I'm disappointed in him. Nigga ain't did nothing. Y'all see why I'm demonetized. Don't nobody like me. They like, shut up, Pharaoh. You can't say all that. You know, I'm not supposed to say none of this. I'm not supposed to say none of this. You see how they complain about the music business? People like Farrakhan, but never put no money in no music, ain't produced now record, ain't signed no conscious rappers. You would think him running his mouth complaining about rap, they would help one of the brothers from the nation open up a record label on their own so it wouldn't mess up their non-for-profit, raise some money on the side, open, and then produce some music. Motherfuckers ain't produced, they ain't got a motherfucker singing Mary Had a Little Lamb, but always talking shit about the music. Man, put y'all motherfucking Islamic mouth where y'all Islamic money at. Put y'all Islamic money where y'all Islamic mouth is at. Where's your put your money where your mouth at? Ain't produced nothing. They ain't made. Damn, they could at least made jingle bells. Like y'all ain't even made redid jingle bells. You know, always talking shit. I'm about sick of them. Then they gonna get a new leader. He gonna be just as bad. He ain't gonna do shit. It's time for them to just shut the Nation of Islam down and go away, or just raise money for y'all little Muslim church and just stay out the way and stop talking to us. Stop, the Nation of Islam, please stop talking to us if we can't see no benefits in your mouth. Just keep your little thing open. Stop trying to make us pay money just to keep your religion open. Talking positive about the community, but just raising money only for y'all. I'm not giving y'all shit no more, because it'll never come back to me. Go sit down. You all wasted all them years and ain't did shit. Religion is messed up. With black people, all our leadership be trash. It really do. And then we be mad at politicians. Politicians ain't leadership. Politicians just politicians. Politicians can't do nothing unless you put more politicians in there. Black people put one politician in there, no other politicians to help them, and say, they didn't even do nothing. Bro, you got to have a lot of politicians in there to get something done, not one or two. But all them other organizations we've been having from back when I was a baby on through, they never did nothing. Not a thing. Bro, why is you writing a bunch of nut stuff over here, real McCoy? What is you writing all that over here for? It's over. It's like, bro, what's over? What is you talking about? Bro, we not doing lunatics, okay? Listen, bro, let me tell you something. This what you do. You come back tomorrow, bro. Cause you just too weird. You know what I'm saying? What's your name, the real McCoy? You too weird, bro. I ain't gonna lie. You call yourself the real McCoy, but you fake as hell. And I don't know why I'm only seeing you on here and I'm not seeing you. Yeah, let me get you out of here. You trolling. Come back tomorrow. I can't do all the weird stuff, bro. You know what I'm saying? All right, y'all. That's it for this. We covered most of it. This guy out here talking crazy about black people. They need to check him. Crips and the Bloods need to get that shit together. They got too many different types of Crips and too many different types of Bloods, and they're able to split them. So you're able to roll with the rolling 60 Crips and talk crazy, even though these Crips disagree. Y'all need to just be Crips and just Bloods and stop letting people come infiltrate, talk crazy. Well, y'all let this Mexican get up here and talking crazy. You know what I'm saying? In Texas and California. Y'all need to get y'all shit together. Don't let them people come in there and play with y'all like that and take that land. All that work we did to keep California. Man, we've been fighting for California since Tom Bradley been the mayor, trying to keep it strong. And y'all don't let them people come in there and tear the whole California up and push black people out the way. It don't make no sense. At least when I lived in Cali, the Mexicans had some kind of sense. You had decent Mexicans up there in Pasadena and Glendale and shit. But now, man, y'all done let them come in there like cartels and with all their gangs and terrorize black people and take Compton and take all up and down Vermont and all that. Just take everything. All that hard work black people did out there. And now y'all got Mexican Crips and Bloods and all this stuff. This dude's a Crip. Cuz, how the hell is he a Crip? The Crips need their ass beat. Come on, man. How the hell is he a Crip? But then go to prison and can't be around no black Crips. Because the Mexicans and the whites and the blacks got to be totally separated in California prison. So how the hell is he in a black gang, the Crips, but can't hang out with black Crips so he go to prison? What the hell's going on? Empowering them people. They already was hurting black people all over LA within the last 10, 15 years. At one time, the stories was so bad. It was crazy out there in Compton, firebombing people's houses and all that shit. I'm glad I wasn't there back then. Ooh, I'm glad I'm not there. I got PTSD. Come on, man. They would have played with me, man, just by myself. Man, shit. They wouldn't have never played with nobody else. Let them people come punk you like that. Listen, man, I'm in Chicago. Don't y'all come playing with us up here. Okay? Are you going to end up just like the Venezuelans, leaving? You see the Venezuelans, how quiet they are? All right, they're going to stay like that. Everybody was cheering. A lot of black people was cheering against us. That's how bad they hate Iraq. The Venezuelans coming. They're going to take over y'all city. Okay, when's that going to happen? When? Because we ain't all divided like that. We got different kind of GDs, but at the end of the day, it's GDs, boy. At the end of the day, it's BDs. If it get crazy, it's folks and people. Here, we'll break down into two groups. We'll break down the folks and people if they play. Well, we don't care. Man, listen. Hey, boy, what? Venezuelans? Come on, bro. Venezuelans. Whatever. They better go back to Venezuela. Come up here playing. You know, Cali, y'all, and Texas, what is y'all doing? It's time for the Crips and the Bloods to start having some meetings and get it together. Y'all, too many different types of Crips and too many different types of blood. Y'all didn't let a Mexican. Y'all got a Mexican Crip. How the hell is he a Crip? What the hell? Y'all know that dude's a Crip, right? Come on now. How is that man a Crip? How? They done went crazy. And he's up there talking all reckless and crazy. No, he ain't where. Yes, he is a Crip. This guy is a Crip. He is a Crip. A Mexican Crip in Texas. Yeah, and this dude sanctioned him. He sanctioned him and said dude didn't mean all that, then came back and said dude was wrong. Flip-flopping. This dude right here, Sauce Walka, bagged him up and said, oh, you know, he grew up with us. He been through everything we've been through. Then when all the black folks said, no, Sauce, we got to get rid of you. Then he came back and said, oh, he shouldn't have said all that. He shouldn't have said all that. Too late, Sauce. So you out of here. We should have been got rid of you when you put them barrettes in your head, though. And I gave Sauce a pass because I got toxic masculinity. So I gave Sauce a pass anyway. You know what I'm saying? I gave him a pass. You know what I'm saying? Because I should have got rid of him as soon as he went like this. Soon as he came like this, I should have never supported him. Pause. You know, as soon as he had his hair done like my sister when she was in the 7th grade, I should have kicked Sauce to the curb. You know what I'm saying? No, we not doing it. Bro, we not doing the girl barrettes on the end of your head. Get your goofy ass out. I should have known he was a clown. You know, I never liked him because he always came off like a clown with all them big old shoes on and the bozo shorts, all them different colors. You know, he always was like a clown. But the brother could rap, so I overlooked the fact he could rap. You know what I'm saying? But he was always like a bozo. You know? He was always like a clown. And I just overlooked it. You know what I'm saying? But I'm through with him now. I don't want to hear shit he got to say. You know what I'm saying? I should have never fucked with dude. As soon as I seen the hair, I should have never messed with him. That's my fault. I ain't gonna make that mistake no more. I should have never messed with dude. I know I got toxic masculinity. As soon as I seen he had his hair like a girl, he was like a girl gangster. You know what I'm saying? Once I seen this, I should have never messed with him. I should have known right then. Okay, dude, a whole goofy. You know what I'm saying? Dude is a goofy. You know, a weirdo. You know what I'm saying? As soon as I seen the girl things in his head, I should have never messed with dude. As soon as I seen that he put them in his hair, I should have took him for what he was, a bozo. Nah, I figured he could rap, so I gave him the benefit of the doubt. You know what I'm saying? He ain't no bozo. Like I said, he could rap, so I gave him a pass. I never liked dude. I never liked Sauce Walka, just the way he carried himself. But like last year, he dropped a couple songs that I listened to him. I said, dang, but he could really rap. So I went on ahead and supported him, put him in my playlist for my workouts. But now that he made that goofy move, you know, it's over. And I'm going to tell you something else. I think I'm finna go on a new campaign. The N-word finna be out of here. The N-word got to go. We got to ban it totally because other people think they can say it. So black people, we got to stop. The N-word got to go. It got to go. That way, when somebody said we could get on their glamour. The N-word got to go. It's over with. Anytime funny looking Spanish people and stuff, and people like this think they can use the N-word, and Mexicans all out in Cali and all these people think they can say it, it got to go. It got to go. It got to go. Because brothers had told them they can say what we can say. But like I said, I got Polish friends, right? I got different Irish friends. I got Italian friends. And what them Italians call each other, you can't say that. You can't call them the W word. They call each other a stupid W. But I can't say that. All the races do that. The Irish got things they call themselves. The Polacks got things they call themselves. That's why I be telling young black brothers, expand, try to meet some other people so you can hang around some Polish dudes, hang around some Irish dudes, hang around some Italians. You're going to see they do the same thing we do. They call themselves them derogatory terms when they be disrespecting and joking on each other. But you cannot do that. We cannot call a Hispanic person the S word. So why can they use that? As soon as you start calling them the S word, all hell will break loose. YouTube will block you. They'll block you off everything if you call them that, but they let them use the N word on us all the time. That shit not cool. You know what I'm saying? And then they trying to run over the same people, the same black people in California and Texas that was smiling in them motherfuckers' faces. I've been telling my brothers and sisters in California, when enough of them get here, they're going to turn on you. No, these are brothers. Now that their numbers is getting up, you could see them hunching up. You could see them. Look what they did to Kobe's. Look what they did to Kobe out there in California. Why did they spray paint all over Kobe? Because they don't like people. They don't like black people, and he married a Mexican woman. And they don't like that. They don't like that she married him. That's what that was all about. How could you be in LA and spray on Kobe and then say you want to be respected in LA, but you trashing LA history and this man passed away? Not only did you spray on Kobe, you sprayed all over his daughter's face. It was a mural of him and his daughter. Where you let these people up here, they ain't got no respect for no culture up here. They want to go back. They love Mexico. They just up here because Mexico ain't shit. So Mexico ain't shit, so they up here trying to get some money. That's the only reason they up here. They ain't up here because they love this country. They up here because Mexico raggedy and ain't got no money. And they can't survive. And the cartels be dog walking them. Come on, keep it real. Keep it real. That's the only reason. Come on, keep it real. They ain't here because they got no respect for nothing. They ain't got no respect, man. I'm telling you, man. They ain't got no respect, man. And they ain't even mad about their own people. Look at this, man. This is how you want somebody to want you to stay in the country? You functioning like that? Man, don't y'all bring y'all goofy ass Chicago playing like that, and shit gonna go ugly. Look at that. Then they had it repainted and they did it again. Athlete had it repainted the first time. They went and did it again. Because them people full of hate out there. They wasn't that bad when I was out there, but out in Compton, they had cut my man from the bottom of his leg all the way up like that. He was bedridden. So we never went to that park out there in Compton. So they been on something. But I had to do a couple of Mexicans dirty. I had a couple of Mexicans try to play with me out there. I thought they probably thought I was from LA or something. I had a Mexican try to play with me though. I had to do something I can't say on here. I was downtown selling my incense. He told me, so you selling your incense, huh? I said, yeah. He said, how much you make? That's wrong. That's the wrong question. That was the wrong question right there. I'm from Chicago. That means, oh, you trying to rob me? And he never got to the third question. That's needless to say. But I hurt my toe real bad on him. I was limping for about 2 or 3 weeks. I think I had broke it on him. You know what I'm saying? And I had to run. I had to get from down there after I did what I did, grab my incense and my body oil and just run to the bus and get the hell from down there. While they get him out of the window storefront. He was up in the stove some kind of way. I don't know how he ended up inside the stove through the window. Don't ask me. A cholo. You know, I used to call them cholo. You could tell them. They thought they was really something, but I wasn't from there. So I ain't know nothing about no cholo. I ain't know what the fuck that was. You know what I'm saying? I didn't really respect that stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? I I had I didn't respect no cholos or no shit like that. I had just came from Chicago, so I ain't know nothing about none of that. You know what I mean? And then the Crips wasn't all that back then. The Crips and the Blood, they was there, but they was still kind of young, trying to get it together. That's back when everybody was wearing fila. They said still finally I left Adidas. And they used to call the Crips cowards running packs back then. That's what they used to call them. But they wasn't established like they was when I went to Hawaii and came back. They was established when I first got there. They was all right, but they weren't like no Blackstone. They weren't like no Blackstones or no Disciples or no Vice stores. They wasn't that big like that then yet. They was just trying to get it together. But the Mexicans was messing with black people back then, way back then. They were starting to come in. And then when I went to Hawaii, and when I came back in the mid 80s, like towards the late 80s, 87, 88, it was crazy. They were starting to make their move, but black people still had power. But them people was all downtown, urinating between cars and everything, messed up my hustle. They turned downtown into Tijuana. It was a mess. That's why they banned us from selling downtown because the Mexicans came down there. And when you let too many people come from a country, instead of them adapting into your country, they turn your country into them. So that they let all them Venezuelans, all them people in here, all they did was gonna turn America into what they didn't want to be. They didn't want to be where they was at. Then they come up here and make this just like what they left. What the hell you leave for? You come up here and make this just like where you left. You might as well stay your ass down where you was at. That's why you got to only bring a few people in at a time so they can acclimate to your society. You can't just bring a whole bunch of people at one time. They should have been rounding up Mexicans in LA and sending them back home. If you don't come through the legal way, get out. It's always trying to turn it into an argument about should they come or not when you just saying they shouldn't come here legally. And they never address what coming legally. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Let them come legally. It'd be fine. Then you could process everybody. But as far as letting a bunch of people up here and then tell me I got to learn Spanish in America so I could talk to them, no, if they want to come here, they should be going to school and learn how to speak English to talk to us. We shouldn't have to talk to them. You shouldn't be able to come here, be no American citizen, don't know no English and stuff, and force us to speak Spanish to you in an English-speaking country. And now you can't get a job unless you can speak Spanish in America. Now, what kind of nonsense is that? Well, you want to go somewhere. If I want to go to Germany, I got to learn how to speak German. That's going to be a part of it. Now, you can have a few people to help me until I get it, but you don't have to staff the whole Germany for us, for them to be able to understand what the hell we saying. We need to be understand what they saying. So you can have a bunch of people come here to speak Spanish and you want us to learn how to talk to them, but they ain't got to learn how to talk to us. Well, if you don't want to learn how to speak English, you don't want to be no citizen. Get your ass out. Crazy. They would be glad I ain't the president. You wouldn't even be able to get no citizenship if you couldn't speak English. That'd be part of the test. That'd be part of the test. You know what I'm saying? How you coming up here, you can't speak no English? That's crazy. But that's America. They just hate black people. That's going to be the downfall of America. America's going to downfall. Going to be like they hate black people so much that they're going to let other people in that's going to destroy their country. It ain't going to even be us. You watch. They're going to destroy their own country with all them inventions they making and with the people that they letting in instead of us. They could have gave us that money. They could do reparation on us. They could build with us. Now they're going to bring in some other people that's going to tear their whole country up and going to make them sick. They're going to let somebody in this country and they're going to have some type of pandemic that it's going to be worse than COVID. Everybody going to get sick and lots of them going to pass away. So let it be written, so let it be done. Because these people hate us so much that they're willing to lose everything to keep us down. Seriously. LA, they could have put black people out there. LA would be rich as hell. They intentionally held black people down. They could have put black people into doing movies, television, all that. They could have spent that money they've been wasting on nonsense on black people. And LA could have been popping. They laugh in our face when we ask for reparations, but that's because all of us don't ask, eh? All of us don't ask. We don't be asking. Black folks ain't standing on reparations like that. They think you can say it once or twice and go sit down. They're not really pushing for reparations. Black people like this, they're not going to push until somebody else get it. Then they're going to push to get in line and get theirs first. Everybody going to be for it after those of us working hard get it. But they ain't going to be trying to get it. They're going to wait till we get it and then try to cut the line. People saying we shouldn't get it because they don't think we don't get it. All them black people saying we shouldn't get it, soon as we get it, they're going to be the first. They're going to try to get in line before the ones that push it. That's welcome to the bullshit world we live in. Real talk. Anyway, man, that's all I got to say because I could be going on forever with this here. You know what I'm saying? This dude is a bozo, man. You know what I'm saying? He need to go do some sit-ups or something and shut up talking about us. You know what I'm saying? Texas, y'all need to step y'all game up. Y'all let people come down there hating on black people. Let me tell you what you got to do with black people before I go. Boy, it's only one thing you got to do with us is respect us on my side.